Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you on today's live stream of the fifth round of the European Youth Championship in Prague, in Czech Republic. I would also like to welcome my new teammate, Alojzije. Hi.
Hi guys, hi Lucia. I'm glad that I'm here. Pity we are not in Prague, as people could see from our backgrounds, but I'm quite excited to follow this event. Youth Championships are sometimes really intriguing. I think, Lucia, yeah, you have some recent memories. You played a lot recently in those type of events. I'm an old pal. I did it for a long, but anyway, I have some pleasant and some unpleasant memories. Anyway, guys, as you might remember my face, I was commentating many European and FIDE events, but I'm glad that we have some new energy. That Lucia is around. Maybe it's time that we check the bird view camera to see what's going on in the playing hall. So, guys, let's move to the playing hall. Let's see what's going on. Hopefully, you could see it now. Lucy, any thing you noticed before? Do people walk a lot, or some are more focused, sitting all the time?
Yeah, it depends. There's a lot of people there, so yeah, but there's always someone moving, walking around, so it's really interesting to see how everything is moving. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I was actually thinking about that last time. But so far, everyone is sitting at their desk, I would say, because the game's just started. So,
Yeah, usually when it's first period of the game, people, of course, are sitting. But I've noticed then in older generation style is more to move around immediately. Somehow, kids are these days are very focused, determined. I think the level of preparation has improved a lot, so they are also trying to recall the analysis. In some previous age, people were not so well prepared. Anything special, Lucy? Anything we see the arbiter desks, right? Arbiters are following the event. These days, there are some concerns, anti-cheating measures, but if I'm not mistaken, here everything is going smoothly, right?
yeah, so far, I don't think there's been any bigger issue. So,
Mhm.
hopefully, that's going to be the case for the rest of the tournament, also. Yeah.
How was in the recent time? Because in my age, okay, cheating it was not a huge issues, but these days everyone is very concerned. Have you noticed anything special, any cases in recent times that you felt a little bit unpleasant, or there are some stories during the championship?
Yeah, I mean, it changed a lot, also not just from like a long years ago, but since I started, the controls got much more serious, I would say. And but I would say it's a big problem for me when you're not cheating, you don't have to really care about it, right? But yeah, I actually remember last year in Romania there has been some
Hmm.
issue. Probably will not specify it at all
Hmm.
because I don't think it's my place to do it. But yeah, still, even when the controls are so serious and everybody cares so much about it, still there are some cases when people are not playing fair play. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sometimes people are exaggerating, and okay, we are here to promote positive things, and I really do feel that basically not 100%, but almost all people are playing fairly. So let's try to focus on positivity. Okay, so what do we see? We see in the playing hall that players are moving around. There are some more playing halls, right? It's not the
Yeah,
only one.
we see
Yeah.
the one where the online games are located, and the rest is in different playing halls where the cameras are not, I think.
Yeah, sometimes people are sometimes excited if they are not like main favorites. I will end up in at the live boards. Before was in my age was even more important because there are not many live boards, but these days this tournament is practically following many and broadcasting many lives. So let's switch the camera. Let's move the camera now. Next one. Let's see how players are doing in some zoomed way. So let's see how do people acting there. So camera, we have different cameras around. So let's stroll around a bit to see camera. For example, girls. What do you suggest, Lucy? Where to go? Which?
We can start with girls under 18, for example,
Okay.
uh, where we can see the first board with white pieces. Oriana Noga is playing, which is the only girl in this category who still has 4 out of 4.
Mm-hmm.
So she's definitely going for. She has a strong start, and we're gonna see what her finish is going to look like. And she's
Mm-hmm.
playing against Muradian Anahit, who is
Mm-hmm.
really talented. I would really say really talented player from Armenia, and she's already gaining a lot over 100 points to her rating after four rounds, which is crazy. What do you think?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Usually, in already after 4 or 5 rounds, we do have sometimes some really huge rating gainers because some players are completely underrated. I remember, for example, that sometimes Armenian players, some specific countries, they don't have enough tournaments, or somehow the level of competition is so high in their countries when they come to some European events that they are hugely overperforming. It's also cool when we are following this type of event that we might see some future star around. Even Magnus Carlsen was playing this type of events. I think he was even uh, pointing that one of his first tournaments, I think it was European, important tournament for European under 12 or under 14, something like this. So basically, there are some huge talents around, some
Do you
future.
have anyone specific in your mind?
No, at the moment not, because of course we have some main guys here under 16 group, under 18. There are some players who are already really very strong. I am GMs, but usually some huge talents are already. You could notice them under 12. Okay, we won't follow that groups so much. We are mainly focused on the older groups, but even under 12 there are sometimes some players who immediately you see that they are super strong. I recall when I was playing European championship under 18, then for example Teimur Ajabo was there as 12 years old, and he won the championship. So 12-year-old player has won the championship. Maybe Lucy, you can check later, maybe, or maybe find some info. Is there any players under 18, for example, groups who are much younger, that we have some players, for example, maybe 14 years old, or maybe even less, or something, that they are playing in the strongest group? Yeah.
Yeah, I can check, but so far I saw the category under the open category under 12, and the first seeded player, Ritserveld Noah from Netherlands, has already rating of 2300. So I think there are also talented ones in their own
Yeah,
categories.
this I would love to see. Of course, there are some strong players under 18, under 6, but to find some kid who is like 12 or 10 and already has like 23 or 100 or something, or even more, or under 10 to have already 22 or 23, then immediately you could see that this might be a good try to bet that this kid will become a great player later. Any camera to switch? Do you
We can go
suggest to
to girls under 16 probably.
girls under 16? Okay.
Yeah. We can see the first board where with the white pieces Shotka Clara is playing. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, she's playing against Shvedova Alexandra from Italy. They both have 4 out of 4 points. So this is gonna be pretty
Okay.
interesting game.
Okay, we will
Yeah.
check the games, guys. Of course, we will check the games a bit later, but let's now focus a bit of body language. Do you see sometimes that, I don't know, for example, if you're playing a player who is very nervous in the opening, does this give you some boost, or how was your feeling when you do you get this info from players' behavior that maybe it's a time to think even about some win with black, or for example,
Yeah,
does
of
this
course
body
you can.
language gives you some feedback?
Yeah, I mean, you can always tell if your opponent is feeling comfortable or not. But I would have to admit that I'm usually the one nervous in the opening, you know? So, I mean, I usually focus on not showing my emotions so much. Yeah.
Okay, I
I mean, yeah,
understand.
you can always, I would say you can almost always tell if, like, what your opponent is thinking, at least to some extent. So,
Okay, there are some really players who are, for example, I don't know, Nepo, uh, even Caruana. Sometimes they're acting the same. They have the same, not same, but maybe similar uh, the way of facial expression, even if they're losing or they're winning. For example, he's completely winning, but he missed some detail and he got so upset that you think that he's completely lost, but basically he's still winning. So there are Nakamura or sometimes, but there are some players who really like show the real situation on the board. So their
what
body
about you?
language.
What about you?
I was listen, I didn't have some great qualities in maybe some theory, or I don't know, some different type of openings. My repertoire was very narrow and so on, but I was trying to maybe get advantage somewhere else. So I was focused, very well focused on that poker face, and basically I think I succeeded in many games, not in all of them. Sometimes I was really, yeah, nervous or disappointed with some outcome, but basically I was trying not to show what I'm up to. Actually, I succeeded, but some players, it's a long, as we know, guys, the games are quite long, and sometimes people do crack, and under some circumstances. So yeah, some of them really cannot resist to show to the world that what did I do, and so on. Yeah. Anything else? Any camera to
I mean,
switch?
girls are so far thinking a lot. So, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, yeah, we're gonna see what's happening in a moment. Now we can
Mm-hmm.
switch to the category under 14,
Okay, let's do it.
boys under 14.
Yeah. How do you like the angle of camera? Sometimes they're putting this on
Yeah, I
top,
would
like.
prefer to see the faces more than the board itself because you can see the board online.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
we
it's
can
cool.
see Hawk Havard on the first board playing white pieces against
Yeah.
Savinski Pavel, really
Okay.
talented player from Poland, which we talked about already
Mm-hmm.
many times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also on the second board, I would like to point out there's Delgar Dalai from Czech Republic, also a really talented player playing white
Mm-hmm.
pieces. So I mean, a lot of Czech fans are probably gonna watch his game today.
Okay, cool. I like it. Uh, his opponent is thinking, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so he's quite, I think, happy with the outcome, right? Or
definitely.
yeah. Do you see or have you spotted some I don't know, some bananas, some drinks around? Are
No,
these
actually
kids
not.
improved in that direction in terms of nutrition and maybe that they have some like special regime already, although
Well, since
very
I
young?
can see all of the online games, I can see a girl from under 18 drinking Coca-Cola, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't exactly know how the organizers figured it out, because last year when I was in Romania, we couldn't really bring any drinks to the
Mm-hmm.
playing hall, and we all got a bottle of water for the
Mm-hmm.
for the game. So yeah, I have to admit I'm not really sure how that is working in
Mm-hmm.
Prague this year. Do you have any info about it or not?
Yeah, okay. I think you are allowed to bring drinks. Maybe they're just keeping them under the table. It might be like an arbiter's suggestion
Yeah.
that somehow, if some players are complaining that they cannot see board properly or that this distracts them. But of course, I remember even in like top tournament, for example, Magnus Carlsen was bringing his drinks, some orange juice. He said that he loves to drink it during the games. Some other players, I know that during Olympia, the Chinese players, they are drinking some special tea. Uh, all of them having the same one. So yeah, I think you are of course allowed, as in like in tennis and in some other sports, to bring your own nutrition. But of course, it's not right to eat during at the sitting at the board and maybe to intimidate your opponent. But I'm pretty sure that if we will go like in time machine, and let's say 40, 50 years ago, people were not concerned too much about nutrition during the game uh, to eat properly, to get some energy before the or right after the time trouble, and so on. But I think that these days a level is improving, and that many of them are having coaches, and many of them have maybe even some psychologist, nutrition, even like for physical. I don't know, some conditional preparation and so on. So
I mean,
I'm
I
pretty.
wouldn't say we even have to go back in a time machine, because if you just go to some random open in a
Mhm.
small city with, I would say, older players, you can just. I was actually playing one tournament once in Ostrava, which is one of the cities in
Okay.
Czech Republic, and my opponent, he was an older man, and he brought a
Mhm.
soup, and he was actually eating the soup for like 20 minutes, and I was trying to think the whole time, and he was eating so loudly. And once he stopped, I was like, "Oh, finally!" And he came with another soup. So I was like, "Please, can you eat that somewhere else, because I cannot focus at all." So I think that's a case, but not in obviously such a prestigious tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. Okay, I think the level is improved. Maybe it's time that we get the board and to see what's going on. Uh, do you agree?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. In the meantime, you can maybe bring us some info or something who are rating gainers, or maybe do you see some same countries encounters, or as I told you, maybe some young players
Are you
who are
going to
playing.
start with the under 18 category, boys?
Okay. Yeah, I will start commentating under 18, or let's check some maybe main boards. So I will do it from now on. I will check how is Sokolovsky doing against Talibov. So guys, I think you should be able to see the board. So let's go and see uh, how the game just developed. So e4 c5, knight f3 d6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, a6, knight of. Sometimes I'm showing this to younger generation who are starting to play chess on some little bit like serious level. And then when I ask, okay, how do we enter Najdorf? Then I got the info that, okay, it's with a6. Okay, I said, let me see. And then after knight d4 comes a6 before knight f6. So they forgot to play it. And then my question was, okay, this is the right move. Or I say, yeah, a6. Uh, and then I said, no, all the main players, all the top players are playing knight f6 first. And then after knight c3, a6. So my question for them after the sequence is what's the reason why people start to play knight f6 first and only then enter the Najdorf. And people are thinking, and after a6, suddenly I got the right answer. The right answer is that white can then play c4, stop this b5 pawn push, and get this Marozzi setup where it's not easy to break through, for example, in the main Marozzi line. Let's say this way, I don't know, some knight c6 or knight d7, whatever. It's not easy to make a breakthrough. Okay, white don't need to hurry. White doesn't need to hurry. White can play queen d2 first. And then if you want to push b5, a4 start. And for like Sicilian player, it's something you don't want because, okay, some players, when you grow up with your chess knowledge, some players do prefer to play it. But anyway, it's not in a classical Najdorf spirit. So people are not so happy playing against Marozzi. Of course, when you proved later in your career, then you know how to handle, but it's a bit passive and it's not in a Sicilian way. So why it's important to start with knight f6 is to force knight c3. f3 is some kind of sideline, but it's giving some additional possibilities for black, while bishop d3 is not ideal at the moment, losing a d file connection. So knight c3 forces knight f6 forces basically forces knight c3, and then comes a6. So if you are not like experienced player, this is some kind of useful tip to remember why it's important to enter Najdorf in the right way. a6, rook g1. So how the theory developed here? So people were playing like so many different lines. Of course, bishop g5, bishop e3, English attack with f3, then some Karpov style short castle lines, and then the Najdorf developed so much that they started to play some other lines just to avoid a4, even f4, bishop c4, Bobby Fischer Sozin style, and then even g3, then h3, and suddenly people realized, okay, we learned the structures. We know that black can react basically with three reaction: e5, e6, g6. Okay, so we know the structures. We know that we can maybe even transpose to some main lines later. Maybe that we can even waste the tempo, but the structure will be defined, and that small tempo gain might not be of importance. And suddenly people start combining many stuff. Even knight b3 was played by Magnus. It's not easy to recall. Even some, I think, I even saw some knight d5 stuff recently. And then this rook g1 comes because this is the same system. You want to push g4 like with f3, but the point is with g4 in combination with h3 or rook g1, instead of f3, you're saving this square for your queen. And that is sort of like not advantage but possibility. Although black now can react with g6, e6, e5, or to postpone those moves. But basically, people play one of those three moves. E5 was played. the knight b3. So we have like similar reaction like after bishop e3 or f3, but after rook g1, as I said, queen f3 is a possibility. Here, everything was played before. It's some kind of not a small advantage, but I would say more like equal position with uh, defined structures, so you know that there are not many surprises, and it's not strange that people who are on top playing that line, because as mentioned, both players are leading the field, okay, together with many other players. So you want to risk, but not really too much. And of course, Yakli is he's better rated, and he wants to have position under control and squeeze without maybe some surprise. And it's also strategy which is typical in games when higher rated player who is like 2520 playing against 2400, he doesn't want to enter some crazy fight. That was, for example, my case when I was like 2550, as I am now. When I'm playing against 22 or 2300 player, I don't want to enter some crazy complications, because for the player who is lower rated, I don't say that he's ready to lose anyway, but he's not afraid of a loss in that case, because it won't hurt him a lot in terms of rating, in terms of expectations. So he can enter some crazy stuff, and suddenly he gets inspired, sacrifice everything. Why? While you are when you are playing against equal level player, the guy is not ready just to go all in, sacrifice, and if it doesn't work, to lose. So basically, you are playing against player who is ready to risk everything, which you don't want to. So sometimes you just go for like normal position, and then your opponent might feel a little bit more unpleasant than in other cases. Castle. So usually they say in this structure, when I'm having 3 pawns on the queen side and opponent has 4 pawns on the king side, usually king is on this side, but basically the idea is who can create a passer quicker. So it's not easy in this setup that one of the players creates a passer. If also it's important, if we get 2 rooks off the board, then this king might stay in the center and cover some squares, but with 2 rooks, it can easily backfire. So he's playing different scenario. He's castling. Now came this rook g3 useful move. I would say that still it's not drawish, but quite equal. But there are so many possibilities, and they call this. They don't. Some people say that endgame is everything when the queens are exchanged, but then came this word queenless, or this name queenless middle game, which I think fits more. It's more to the point, since there are many possibilities. We cannot call this like a regular end game, which was usually the ones in the book. This is some kind of complicated battle with many possibilities, middle game, but only queens are off the board. So of course, some mating attack is not likely to happen. But queenless middle game, it's more to the point. So I like to be black in this type of positions, because my repertoire was Sicilian, and I was playing with only with this position with black, since I was with white d4 player. But white is also doing more than fine. This knight is very important. c6 is quite safe, and it's controlling a lot of squares. I don't know. Equal position. Hard to say who is doing great. Uh, it's interesting. Okay, knight c5 happened. It's interesting. Of course, engines are giving completely equal position, as you can see at the bar. But the cool thing is that accuracy is at the moment 1990.8 from white and 100 for black. So not many things have happened, but still I would say that it's quite complicated. Now black can of course choose to take and to move the bishop or to exchange it. Slightly better, for example, for white, but I don't think that this bishop is so great, attacking so many things. No, it won't be easy, but okay, some small advantage. Now white would love to get his pawn back, maybe to be a little bit more solid, not to give some holes for black's pieces. Yeah, maybe it's time to check another game. So let's see this one. Mhm. Yeah, sure. Jump in.
Yeah. So he has the GM title since this year actually,
Hmm.
and currently is, at least according to FIDE, in the top 20 Israeli players,
Hmm.
which is incredible since he's only 18 years old, right? And what surprised me actually is that he gained almost 400 points to his rating in only
Hmm.
3 months, which is, I mean, that's crazy, right? He gained in September 2020 50 points, and then in October 2020 230 points in just 1 month. That's
Guys,
incredible.
we got some cool insights from Lucy. Thanks a lot. Yeah, sometimes it's tricky because basically you not don't know the strength of your opponent. With young players, that's the case. Of course, if you see that one player is stuck for a long, but at some level that you can, for say 2 years or something, that you expect that he might make improvement, but not like huge steps. But when you have a player who is just improving, then basically you don't know with which strength you are playing. Basically, at the moment, he might be already 2600 level player, and he might prove this in a few months. So it's tricky, and sometimes yeah, the rating, although it's showing a lot, in previous times the rating list was once a year, or let's say twice a year, then every 3 months. Even if we put it every week, sometimes it cannot catch the improvement of player, because player can only play one tournament a week or something. If you allow him to play 3 games a day, who knows, he will immediately collect so many points. Yeah, maybe it's time to check the second board. Maybe Lucy, you can give us some insights about those players, but I will check the how Matthias and Piliposian are doing. I know that Armenia's players, as I mentioned before, sometimes are underestimated. So the level of chess there is quite high, and to be able to break through to become your country champion, and to go abroad to the European or World Championship, sometimes you need really to play super strong to end up there. Some countries, they don't have so big competition, so uh, the level of play maybe in some youth categories is not so high. But let's check the game. Let's see what's going on, how the moves were played. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. in some other tournaments, in even if you check like top level players, let's say that we are, I don't know, following the games of Magnus, Nakamura, Mamedjarov, Rapport, you will find some completely off bet openings. But the thing is, in youth categories, coaches are probably fond of like Sicilian, Rui Lopez openings, maybe Caro, but basically they're growing the players with some well-known openings, while people who are on top tend to risk more. And I'm not surprised that in some youth categories now you will see only main lines: e5, c5, on d4 maybe Slav defense, maybe you will get some Queen's Gambit, no King's Indian, maybe some King's Indian, but no Benoni, even some other lines like some Gambits. They tend to, because they have some professional coaches. Before, the level of coaches was not so high. Coaches were like coffee house players, blitz players, who were maybe putting some tips for their students, and basically they didn't invest so much time in theory, and then you will get to see some completely off bet openings. But I did notice that these days on European youth championships, on high boards, top boards, you will get like only main super safe lines. Not just safe, because neither might be also quite dangerous, but on higher level you will get much more interesting games. If you are following, for example, St. Louis, you can see that they are playing some really interesting stuff. They're risking some games a lot. Okay, let's see what's going on here. There was a Rui Lopez. Okay, open Spanish, as I told you. This, for example, 40, 50 years ago, when Victor Korshun was playing this line, it was sort of risky line. Karpov was playing with white very good against it. Then some players like Ivan Sokolov, Nigel Short, they played it as well. Aggressive players as their profile, even Mamedjarov. But these days, that opening became some kind of solid opening. It's not easy. If, for example, you're playing against Vishy Anand and he plays this opening, you will probably get nothing, because he will steer a game to a draw if he wants to be very solid that day. Some other players as well. So it became from risky, complicated opening, it became a sort of little bit less risky choice in Rui Lopez, which is strange, but this is how these days chess is developing. So all this was played, and you need to have something with white. If you come to this game, or this line, and you forgot your main weapons, you will probably get nothing. So 92, as you can see, got this question mark, since the bar from solid plus 0.50 or something after bishop c2 went down, saying that black is perfectly fine. Of course, black can now just take on b3 and push a5, which is typical setup, or play bishop g4 later when black gets rid of this bishop. But also engines say that maybe knight d3 is a line, but I don't think this might be risky. This might be risky. I'm not sure that this is great. Okay, we will see what will happen here. Knight d3 plate. Accuracy 100 at the moment, but I'm not sure that this is not preparation. This might be a preparation. Uh, Lucy, what do you think? Is it the moment that we go full board, full camera view from for boys under 18? Ah, we don't have that camera, right?
I think we have only boys under 14 and
Ah, okay. But
yeah.
maybe if we do we see them on the bird view?
Sorry, I don't have the bird view open right now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I might opening. Now, okay, guys, let's go full screen to bird view. I think you will see it at the moment. So you can see them on bird view. Do you see them, Lucy?
Well, I don't see the bird views.
You don't have
Didn't
it.
work on my computer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, the
Yeah.
camera there on the right, I don't see that. We don't see. I don't believe that we can see them, but not great, because I'm quite curious what will happen in that group, since this game we can see them, but of course it's very far away. Okay, let's go back to the board. Let me see. uh, so what's going on? Knight d3. Of course, white will move the queen. The b2 is hanging, so queen comes to c2. Queen comes to c2. Knight takes on e5. Okay, maybe queen b1 is more precise, because I'm not sure about bishop f5. Maybe queen b1 and you take. Now this one just doesn't work. So takes, bishop d4, targeting this one. So we are in this type of position. I don't know. Bishop f6, allowing f4 looks a bit scary. If you go knight g6. But anyway, king might end up here in some position, for example, and then king will be safe on f8, not on the long castle, because a4 will come. Not great for white at all. I don't know. I'm quite curious what will Diego figure it out. This game is, of course, the one to follow. Uh, it looks promising for black, but I don't know. Maybe still unclear. Okay, let's check the next one. We have Richard and Adrian. Do you know something, Lucy? Maybe you can jump in. Do you know something about Adrian? Something more? Okay, maybe you already mentioned this in previous days, but any tip? What are the expectations regarding
About
his career?
Adrian or Richard?
Sorry, Richard. My bad.
Yeah, I know Richard pretty well. We actually talked about it the last time. He
Mhm,
lives in the same city as I. We
mhm.
actually started to play chess together in the same group. So we know each other since we were like 4 years old, and he's great friend, great,
Okay, so
great friend of
ambitious.
mine.
He's ambitious here to win.
Yeah, he definitely has. He's always ambitious. Doesn't matter what tournament, what game, he always goes for the win. And we were actually discussing that he doesn't have the word draw in his vocabulary.
Okay,
On the other
okay.
hand, his yesterday's game ended up in a draw, so maybe he already has that. But
Yeah, but maybe this game is okay. Not the turning point, but it's just before the free day. You are white against 2300. The difference is almost 150 rating points. If you win, you will be black, maybe against some, like, maybe even against some super good ones. But anyway, you will have some time to prepare. So maybe it's sort of not a key game, but one of the most important in the tournament. I
I mean,
think he
yeah,
will.
definitely. And as we can see, Risha has taken it pretty seriously, at least based on the time he already spent. He already has some time disadvantage, so yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
give us some insight. What do you think? What is he thinking because he's out of preparation? Okay, guys, we can maybe check the board as well, so that you can see. Is he thinking at this moment because he's out of the book, or he's happy, he's unhappy? Can you guess?
uh, uh, I mean, it's hard to say because I cannot see him. If I could, I mean, I would
Mhm.
be able to tell you much more.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, I would say he's aware of the fact that this game is gonna be pretty
Mhm.
important
Mhm.
for the whole tournament. As you mentioned, it could be one of the key games, and
Mhm.
I'm sure Risha is pretty well aware of that. So I mean,
Mhm.
that might be the reason why he is taking much more
Mhm.
time than he usually does to come
Mhm.
up with a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes pressure influence decision, even some like not super experienced, but anyway, some players who are quite good in handling that. But okay, it looks still unclear. He's better rated. The position is completely unclear, so it might be something he is not unhappy with, right? Okay, let me check the opening. Lucy, if you see anything, maybe any info to give us, to provide us, feel free just to jump in when I'm doing the analysis. So knight f6, knight f3, g6. Okay, King's Indian. Usually this was the, actually this move order is anti-Greenfield move order. And oh, not to forget, do you follow the chat? Guys, subscribe to the ECU YouTube channel, ECU TV. I will talk about that a bit later after this opening phase and maybe middle of the game phase is gone. Uh, we have some future ideas and some concepts. So be around, follow ECU YouTube channel, subscribe, write in chat. Although we are 15 minutes behind, so because of anti-cheating measure, so we are reading chat a bit later. But anyway, we are ready to answer any question or any comment, any remark, anything you want to ask me regarding even European Chess Union and some future events, tournaments. I guess you know that Club Cup is coming after the Olympiad in October. Many teams around. Magnus Carlsen, Offerspiel, is defending the title. He will be back again there. So I'm ready to give you some insight. So feel free to ask us anything, Lucy, in chat. If you see, just I'm also, of course, more than happy. Okay, some games, some remark. Some fans, guys, write us if you support some people, if you're rooting for someone, for your players, your neighbors, your relatives. It's all good. We want to see this atmosphere. Of course, European championships are great in terms of so many countries, many different people. At the moment, the European amateurs are going on in progress in Croatia. So I'm there on island Loshin, and for example, we have two players who arrived from Guadalupe. It's like 8,000 kilometers from Paris. So basically, people are from really, really far are joining some European events, which is great. Uh, what was your main? Yeah, yeah.
But I just realized when looking at Adrian that Sweden actually doesn't have any girls playing on this championship,
In
which
the event,
surprised. Yeah, actually, yeah.
really?
Yeah, do you know why that could be?
No,
It
you're
surprised me quite
completely
a lot.
right. You're completely right. No girls there. Very strange. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, Lucy, we won't mention this to our women commission because if they heard this, that there are no women women players around. Of course, guys, we would love to see that countries are sending all the players, women players. We would like to see them girls more playing in chess events. I think this topic is very important, and it was discussed many times. Regina Pokorna is doing a great job in European Chess Union Women's Competition and some other members as well. So frankly speaking, I'm not happy. There might be a reason. Maybe Lucy, there is a reason. For example, that they're having like women girls championship at the same time or something like that. Maybe some
Yeah,
leagues.
of course. Yeah, it
Yeah,
just surprised me, I
yeah.
noticed it, so I
But
was surprised.
I could maybe text someone. You could do it as well. Maybe to check if you have any player you're in touch from Sweden to check what is the reason behind why they are not there. Yeah, but guys, we will try to provide you that info. Maybe some Swedish viewers can write that info in chat. Why
That would
not?
be awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
guys,
great idea.
we are ready. Give us some insights. Help us. We are quite curious. Okay, thanks, Lucy. I love this info, although it's not great, but I would love to learn more about it. Yeah. Okay. Of course, guys, you can dig something yourself. There are chess results pages and some others. But anyway, if you have any topic you think that we should mention, just write us. Yeah. So let's go back to board. As I mentioned, this move order became very popular when Vladimir Kramnik started to play it, and some other players, Karpov or other, who were actually uh, playing English, playing opening, playing King's Indian with white, happy with King's Indian, but sometimes not so happy with Greenfield. Uh, so many lines to remember with white, of course, with black even more. And then this move order came as an idea, since if you are playing Greenfield, you want to have the deep pawn. So this is Greenfield, typical. And then you have a target. While with this move order, I'm not giving you a target, since after knight c3, d5, takes, I play something like g3, e3, and suddenly your bishop, when it comes to g7, and after, for example, some exchange, is not targeting anything specific. So that was the concept which actually annoyed many people, and many people stopped playing uh, this move order against c4 and knight f3 Reti and English opening players, and they just started to play some other stuff on knight f3 c5 or something else, or on after c4 e5 and so on. But here this move actually allowed white to sidestep uh, the Greenfield and to steer the game into the King's Indian battle. But now came this e5, which is the way how you say, okay, I'm not a King's Indian player. I'm playing Greenfield, but in this scenario, I find a way how to avoid this typical King's Indian position. This is this e5 move, which was played many times, and it's, of course, it's like super forcing. So engines were working for a long. This all was played before. You could see these games from Karana, from Giri, MBL. Everything is known. Although, of course, engines are happy, but this everything is a prep. And here, White started to burn some time. So I will check later how the theory is is moving here. I can check it even immediately. So this was known, and then came this h4 as sort of surprising move order. But then bishop g4 and white is thinking. I'm quite surprised why white is thinking, because if you push h4, which I don't think was some kind of over the board inspiration, then you expect either h5 or that your opponent will allow h5. Then bishop g4 is a completely normal move. I don't know, h5 might happen, and now you need to play this type of position, which of course is possible if your surname is Mamedyarov, but unclear. Other way around is that you just go to how they call this chicken club, known from my dear friend, not friend of course, but the guy I like, Fressinet, and some other guys who were laughing that they're like super strong players, but sometimes they steer games to a draw, and they are having fun of that, calling people of like chicken club players who do tend to avoid some massive complication. Of course, if that's necessity, they're ready to play this type of chess as well, but somehow they're making fun of it. So if you want to enter chicken chess club, then you play bishop a3. If you want to move on in Mamedyarov and Nakamura and other players' style, then you push h5. Although Nakamura has changed his style of play, these days he's playing sometimes just collecting material, collecting pawn defending, and then outplaying opponents in endgame. Okay, quite curious to see, but this game, it's the one to follow. In the meantime, we can just briefly check, has something changed in some other games. So, first board, hang on, what happened here? Knight c5 was played, bishop a5 at the end. Okay, we will need to ask our broadcasting friend. Maybe Lucy can help me. I think we have an issue on the first board. On the first board, can you just check? Probably there was a change on d6. No, probably the rook is gone. This is a mistake. So here white took on d6. I think this should be the right position. But anyway, on transmission, there is a small error. So just to notify our broadcasting friend, that live transmission technician, that we might have a broadcast issue on the first board. So guys, the position for sure is this one. Okay, so let's move on with another second board. We were following what is Diego. Okay, yeah, sure, we'll do it immediately, but please give me a second just to check has something changed here. So knight d3 was played, and then bishop c2, and now black is thinking, okay, it's some kind of poker, Lars game, what's going on, who is happy, who is unhappy, unclear. So you mentioned the players on the fifth, on the under 18, boys
Yeah,
or girls?
board number 6. It's
Board number
Hrbek
6,
Stepan
Stepan,
against Hagden.
Stepan against David, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's check that game. Hang on. Okay, I got it. So, Sicilian, uh, bishop b5, Rossolimo, bishop takes c6, dc6, dc6 also possible, but a bit tougher to handle. I was playing this with black a lot. Even in blitz, I started to play some crap like knight a5 because somehow this started to annoy me, this bishop c6. So g6 takes. This is all known. Now knight can go f6 and so on. One insight. If you're ready to improve your understanding in this structure, please check Magnus Carlsen games. He has some crazy statistic there. I think he's performing like under against players under 2650 or under 2700. I don't know. No one can win against him, and he's winning many times. I recall not recent. I recall some game. It was important game from European Club Cup where Magnus Carlsen Offerspiel, who was not the main favorite. They were not the main favorite in that event, but Magnus somehow gave them this additional winning boost, and he was playing important game on the first board against Richard Rapport, who was playing for Superbet with Vishian and with big sponsor, trying to become a winner of that event. Ivan Sokolov as a captain, and Rapport opted for this structure, and he got outplayed. But Magnus, at some moment, he was the way how he handled his the position, how he rerouted his pieces was really, this harmony was fabulous. But in some stage, Rapport managed to secure himself, to find some way how to stay put and to wait for Magnus to open the position. And Magnus was checking his teammates, and at some stage decided not to go for it, and basically steer a game to a draw or just repeat the moves. But anyway, he was better, slightly better in the final position. So really, I'm impressed how he handles these type of structures. So here, of course, black can decide either to push a5 to stop it or not, but here he allow it, and this is typical rerouting way for the knight. Any insight or which you didn't share before, Lucy,
I would like
regarding?
to update you on the situation with Sweden we talked about earlier. I
Okay.
actually texted one of the organizers, and he told me that unfortunately they have no messages. They don't know why Sweden decided not to send out any girls to this tournament. So maybe only someone from Sweden can give us
Okay.
that information.
I will
But
try
yeah,
my channels. I will try my channels as well.
I actually wanted to ask you about how do you feel about playing with someone from the same federation on this kind of international tournament?
Yeah, sometimes it's tricky because basically you're going together, and you are sharing maybe some emotions before the event, and although you're playing in same competition, you think that you will fight against someone else, some
Yeah,
other countries, that you will show the level of play of from your country, and suddenly you are playing against player whom you feel more comfortable to play in national events. Uh, it was tricky. It was tricky, and frankly speaking, I think the level of game. Okay, it depends if it's a championship in your country. So, for example, I'm playing against Croatian player in Croatia. But when you're doing, when you're going to play abroad, and you are paired against your compatriot, I think somehow the level declined. Um, Both players are not performing, not fighting, I would say, on the same level. There are no, you're not so afraid, risk, and so on. Suddenly, you are not, I think, putting the best, your best effort. So
yeah, I
usually the
completely
games
agree
are
with
not
you.
so high quality as
Yeah.
other ones.
I was asking you actually because that's gonna be a case for a lot of Czech players since Czech Republic has a huge amount of players this year, obviously. Also Slovakia, so we're gonna see a lot of fights
Hmm.
against each other. But for example, Ukraine actually has today like four 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 games where Ukrainians play against each other. I mean, it's really not something you want to happen, during a European Championship to play against someone who, for example, lives next door. So yeah,
Yeah, you want to win the event, you want to win the championship, but not to win on that route to win against your compatriot. So basically, you
yeah,
really want to perform well, to win the games, but somehow you do feel that, although sometimes it's the feeling, let's say that we are in the last round, okay, let's play together. Who wins gets a medal. At least one of us will get the medal. Sometimes that feeling maybe it's not so bad because you do feel bad, but at least I lost from my compatriot, and this time he will be happy. And somehow in that scenario, which happens, and it happened a lot, uh, the guy who win somehow feels special about the loser and taking care of him, and later is somehow trying to recover the feelings and energy and everything. Yeah, so this scenario is in the last round, it's more interesting than in previous rounds. So checklist, can do you have any insight which you haven't shared before,
I mean,
regarding David and Stefan?
well, I can tell you David is actually going to Brazil this year, so this has to be some kind of preparation because
Hmm.
there is a World Youth Championship in Brazil, Florianopolis this year,
Hmm.
and he is actually one of the few players from Czech Republic who are going to play, hopefully.
Hmm.
So yeah, and Stepan I think is also going. So yeah, I mean both of them are supposed to play this year, so that's also interesting.
Which
Yeah.
system do you have in Czech Republic? Do you have the system that one player is going to European, or and the World Championship, or somehow it's people are choosing, or
Well, usually it's based on the result of the Czech Championship,
okay?
which we have the same categories, and you get nominated for if you end up first, you get to choose if you want to get nominated to the World or European Championship. We also have the European Union Championship,
Hmm.
obviously, in the younger categories. So this is usually the case.
System.
But you can also go as extra player, but you
Yeah,
have to pay for all of the expenses, so that's usually not the case for majority of players, I would say. But yeah, usually get nominated for the result on the Czech Championship.
yeah. Okay,
How's
it's
it in
similar.
Croatia?
Is the same. Is the you said completely the same thing. The first one is choosing, and then if he feels confident and parents and there are some support, some players play both events. Even as a federation, we might support some players. We had these cases in previous years that some players is strong enough, or he already got a medal a year before, so then we support him next year to go to both events to maybe increase the chance for medal, because there is a huge difference between first and second player and so on. Yeah, but
Can I ask you, has Croatia hosted European or World Championship in the last years?
last one was 2015. It was in Croatia on the coast. So to
And it
me,
was European or World Championship?
European,
Okay.
European. I think world, maybe Croatia has never organized.
Really?
European, we did 2006, 2015. There's, I think, 2012. So there were some youth events in Croatia, but I haven't played them. I played only abroad when I was playing those events. So I played in many countries, in the World Championships. But at that time, world championships were mainly also in Europe. So, for example, you get like Greece and Spain, or some other countries. So I haven't traveled for world events so far as now Brazil, which probably it's quite a challenge to travel for like Europeans, I guess.
It's gonna be a huge challenge actually. I'm going to, so dealing with the flight tickets and the
So you're
hotels
going
and
as
everything.
well?
Well, hopefully, yeah.
Oh, great, cool.
So that's how I know that boys,
Okay.
both of
Okay,
them
so
are
let's
going.
check. Let's check how they're doing. So, what is the final position? So we had this night, this transfer. So everything is heading to outpost. This is the tip I gave already many times in broadcasts that when you have knights, you need to have outposts. Outposts are squares which are not easily controlled by opponent squares. So usually you're taking the one in front of some pawns. But basically, you can get them for free if your opponent makes a mistake and suddenly gives you a hole, or you can provoke. How do you provoke? Usually, you provoke them by pushing the pawn. So this pawn push, the point of this pawn push is not to create some mess, but the point is to secure this knight. So by pushing this pawn, basically white is securing this outpost. So this is the point why you are pushing the pawns. And for example, some openings like Trumpovsky and some other, you need to create some to be able to place your knights. Okay, f5. Usually there are two reactions here. Either you stay put and allow f4, or you exchange. And after exchange, push f4. Which engines prefer? But Stepan went for this concept, which is also understandable. When you exchange the light square bishop, you placed your pawns on light squares. So this is the concept. And now this guy is important one. Now black can think maybe of pushing and throwing everything on white's king. Also maybe uh, to uh, exchange the bishops. Okay, so this is the position, and now f3 was played, and players are thinking. Let's see the fourth board. Let me check that game. Just a sec. Okay, so here.
The second board in under 18, there's a result.
Okay, let me jump there. This one is slightly better for white, but it's quite equal in terms of events. What will happen on the board? We have a result on the second board. Okay, let me see what happened there. Yeah, there was a draw. Okay, so after knight d3, bishop c2 was played, knight b2, and white offered the draw. Uh, okay, this is some kind of psychological thing. So black is obviously doing well, although white is ahead on clock. Okay, we don't know how. Okay, here, yeah. So white offered the draw, not happy with the opening outcome, but now the rating difference and maybe a clock difference started to tell, and black opted for a draw. What do you think, Lucy, regarding regretting? Will now Robert regret not to play this position, which is probably good for him?
I mean, he definitely had to feel that his position is good, right? Like my rating is much lower than rating of these guys, so I don't know, but I'm sure he felt that he has an advantage. So there has to been some reason for him to accept the draw. So I don't think he's gonna regret it, right?
Yeah, I think the problem is sometimes I think even this was mentioned by Anatoly Karpov that it's not easy to change the role. So you come to the game, you're black, you're playing against opponent. Maybe even if you're in your preparation, suddenly you see that your opponent is very well prepared, crashing some good grandmasters, playing aggressive chess, and suddenly you feel uncomfortable, and you are saying to yourself, I need to survive the opening. I need to get a draw. I need or equalize and so on. And you are in a role that draw is more than good outcome. And suddenly you are in a different role. Draw is sort of secured because your opponent obviously offer it. And it's not easy to jump into other role of player who is now chasing a win, who is playing for a more, who is putting some energy. And of course, you know that your opponent is also trickful, skillful, and so on. Um, some people cannot easily switch the roles. Before the game, we had a role to play for a draw, equalize, and suddenly we need to play another role. For example, if it was the last round game and he needed a win with black, then he's already in that mindset, in that role before the game. But here, I think that that's an issue for some players. They cannot get over it. And also here, it's important we don't have any Sofia rule, right? That no, it's no draw offer. They can offer a draw, which I think also complicates life for players who feel that they have good position, but they are not ready to say no to draw offer.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think the first board is already fixed. I texted
Okay,
the
great.
organizers, so it should be okay hopefully
Let's
now.
let's go there. Let's check it. Let's see the first board. Yeah. So as I mentioned, right, rook took on d6, bishop d6, and rook f3. Okay, some complicated position, but black is doing more than fine. I think we already covered like first five six games. Okay, we haven't followed another encounter, which is Spain against Hungary. So let's see how. Okay, not Hungary. Which game did we didn't follow? Hang on. Levin, yes. Balas. How is Balas doing with black? Hungarian player. Yeah, he's playing against Victor Garcia Fernandez, and here we have. Okay, this is typical uh, semi-Tarash line where knight is not an f3. Usually, it comes this arises this way, and now white is not able to stop this massive exchanges. But in this move order, when the knight is already on c3, then after c5 there is this line which is stopping this bishop exchange, and black can play something, but bishop e7 is a normal way. Actually, I was a big fan of this structure, playing it with white a lot. It became known when, okay, usually people were playing here either keeping their hanging pawns and then pushing maybe d5, and after ed5 e5 there is known setup from Petrosian. That's a known setup from Petrosian games. Even Polugevsky was writing a book about it. But suddenly Krasenko, Polish grandmaster who was like 2700 at his peak, started to play a little bit differently. He played against knight was on d7. He played e5, which was strange, considering that you're allowing opponent an outpost. His concept was bishop was on opponent is on b6, knight on d7. That knight is far away from the square. But now they realize and at that time they realized that there are some huge attacking possibilities, and some players like Ivan Sokolov started to play. I think he won against Leko with white. Then some other grandmasters like Rajabov start playing it, and e5 became a main motive. Aronian, and then some of the players even started to play after knight c6, which is much faster, and knight comes basically very quickly to d5, saying that even if I allow you this outpost, I still have some way to move around. And there are some rook lift options, and yeah, this is some kind of new treatment of the position. Who is better? Hard to say. Probably black is very solid, and draw is most likely the outcome. Anything in chat, Lucy? Do you see anything?
So far,
Okay,
nothing.
okay. Let me move on. Maybe we can check the boys under 16. 16. What's going on here? How?
And that's actually a category we have on a camera.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Let's go full screen with that camera. Let's see what's going on.
you can see board number one with Clara Axel Blue playing white pieces from
Mhm.
Norway against Kun Clement from France playing black pieces. Yeah. I mean, Quilla actually played last year in Romania, so I remember him from
Mhm.
there. Yeah,
Mhm.
he's obviously super talented young player, so
Mhm.
I'm really excited to see him play also here.
Okay.
Do you know something about him?
Not much. As I said, I was mainly doing commentary of like top European events. But if they start to play that players start to play in European Rapid and Blitz, maybe on some higher. I see Izmini from ECU from Greece doing, I think, either as a visitor, or I'm not sure that she's arbiter here. So if they started to play Club Cup on some top boards, then definitely I will dig more about them. So at the moment, I'm not so informed about the way how they play.
Unfortunately, we cannot see Kvaloy on the board right now because he's probably he's somewhere else. You can see Clement thinking.
But now, when you are
Yeah.
saying this, I played in Norway. I played in a Norwegian league. I was invited by FIDE vice president and president of one club in Oslo to join the league. They're playing 3 weekends, and I came there with Croatian number two Ante Brkic. He is now 26-30, and we played for his club. Pity at that time Magnus was not in Norway, although I saw Henrik, but his father, but Magnus was not in Norway. He was abroad, and Magnus played only first weekend because I think there are some rules that for club to be able to play in the Club Cup, European Club Cup, you need to play 1 or 2 games for a club in the national league. So he was not present, but there were many players there, top players. So also some good Norwegian players. I was playing board number two. Actually, I made one draw and 2 wins, which was very good for me, and the team had a good result in the end. But I think if I see some players, maybe I've noticed him if he played that weekend in a Norwegian league. Maybe I could recall. Sometimes, Lucy, I connect people with openings, some middle game, end game. Aha, I remember him. He played that crazy end game, or he won beautifully. So I need to get some tips, some association to be able to recall. So maybe I've noticed him there, but I'm trying to recall. I will Google. I will check the results. Have he played? You can also help me chess results if you see that he was playing in Oslo in the region league in the late March uh, that weekend. then of course there might be a chance that I'm not a scheme. Sometimes it's funny, that I can remember many things, but sometimes I do tend to forget some basic things, and suddenly I Google, or no, not Google, I search in database, and suddenly I played against him,
So you
or
remember your opponents based on what kind of opening they played in
okay,
a lot?
opening on the game or situation. Then I immediately connect the face. So if you would say that that
Oh,
guy
okay.
played against someone, then I can recall. I can recall. But there must be something chess related. Yeah. How about you? How is your memory in general? Are you happy with the level of your memory?
Well, it can always be better, right? Like, there's not the best state of memory you can be at. But I actually remember a lot of my opponents based on what they were wearing. I don't know if that's
Mhm.
connected to the fact that I'm a
Okay,
girl. But
different type. Yeah.
yeah, so that's usually the case for me.
Do you tend to forget some preparation, some analysis, and then you
Yeah.
feel unhappy with this during the game that you
Yeah, I'm sure my
forgot?
coach is watching this, so I cannot lie. So yeah, I tend to forget some openings. That's why I prefer playing, for example, English or something where there's not such a long theory lines. But yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
this
I'm a girl, so
regarding memory, it's obvious Magnus has superb memory. There are some other guys, of course, on top. They have like for sure Fabiano, even Anish Giri. They are playing some super complicated lines, MVL, and they can break through. Um, Even Vasily Ivanchuk is sometimes throwing his moments from some games like 4 years ago or something like that. To be able to now these days to go to very top, you need to really have a good memory, because if you don't have it, then you need to sidestep or to start avoiding some lines openings, which is already some sort of weakness. So of course memory you can practice, you can connect sometimes some moves, some lines, because believe me, there are some lines in Greenfield or some, the motive, that there is something, but you cannot execute. So you play a game, that there is a bishop a6, that there is h4, but you cannot recall how it go. There was some famous stories about some players sharing preparation. There was famous story, Holm of Fischer, when they play over telephone.
uh,
Fischer was not allowed to go to Cuba and so on. And then,
sorry to interrupt you, but
mhm.
I can see on camera that one game has already ended, and that's the game on the first board in the category under 14, where
Okay,
Slavinsky from Poland is playing black pieces, and
okay,
it actually ended in draw.
I will jump there immediately. So, boys or open
Yeah,
section
open
under open.
under 14.
So
Yeah.
let's see how another Norwegian player. Unfortunately, as I said, I don't recall. This is the first time I played in Norway, so maybe I'm not so used to names of players. So, yeah, it's a draw. Haug against Sovinsky. So let's check what happened there. Sicilian with 3-3. It's one of my favorite. Not that I played that with white, but I played with black a lot, and I invest so many hours regarding that line. I played knight f6, and I would say the first variation I started to have my own analysis and some notes. Yeah, everything is known. Knight b6. I was mainly choosing e6 here. Knight b6. Okay, this is all known. c4, right? Now there are many ways to play g6, bishop g4, bishop g4, the main line. Yeah, long castle. This is all known. Yeah, this is not wrong. This is all known. So, okay, this is a bit strange. Engines are saying that sacrifice. I think f6 is the first mistake. Some e6. I think this is already normal position for black. It was played, I think, before. So f6. That's inviting trouble. Knight d5, rook d5 probably just works. And offer a draw. Another psychological question. It's in
especially in this kind of tournament.
I think that okay, it's not easy for young players. We are speaking about under 14. Believe me. Okay, maybe Patzer is too hard for my career at that age. But let's say that under 10 I was solid. Maybe under 9, 8, 9, and then the players, for example, under 14, now they know, like, I don't know, 10 times more than I knew before. So the level has really increased in meantime. But it's not easy for that type of players to get wisdom, experience. So rating difference is quite huge issue. Now, if I would advise some mentor some young player, I would say, believe me, don't think about some rating too much. If you start playing better, rating will follow immediately. So you just need to improve. You need to fight, because at the moment 24 player sounds like, oh, that's a big guy. But then you cross that rating yourself, and suddenly you realize that you need to win against those guys regularly to move on to 2500. So suddenly you just increase the bar, increase the level. So it's tough. It's tough, but that approach, sometimes you need to even to lose. You need to decline the draw offer. You know that you're winning. Decline draw offer would be a good result for you. Your coach would be happy before the game, but you need to go for it even if you lose. 1, 2 times you lose, you feel desperate, but you make a huge improvement in your career. But for that, you need to have some kind of parent, coach, who is ready to guide you in that direction. I also know that it's not easy. It's much easier to say to your kid, to your player, it's good before the game. The guy is better than you in terms of rating, title, and so on. But this is the way how you build the champion, you know. But I know it's not easy. We see now 2 draws where the rating difference was 100 something, right? Yeah,
150 in this case almost.
yeah. Similar like in this under 18 group. But this is you don't allow yourself to go through tough situation, because here, to be able to win in this position against Sovinsky, you need to show a good strength. The guy is worse in this position, having a bad position. He will make your life harder. So you will need to, you will learn about tricks. You will improve your technique, because you will need to sidestep and avoid many obstacles by your opponent. This is the way how you improving. Some people say, okay, we will improve in some open tournament. This is European Championship. We want a result there. I understand. As I said, I understand, but I would love to see. We don't know. You know, I had some comment remark that we should get a digital chessboard with draw offer, so that you have a chessboard digital, and we as commentators and some other followers, they know there was a draw offer on that board, and then we will have a sign, okay, some color or something, and the draw was declined. So I would
That
love to
would be
see,
awesome.
yeah, I would
Yeah.
love to see this. Okay, on the fourth board, 120 rated, the lower rated opponent just declined the draw. Go for it, bro. That's the spirit. So sometimes we don't see this is behind the curtains, but yeah, players themselves, they know, okay, we can spot this through move repetition. You immediately see who declined the draw offer, sort of silent draw offer. But I would love to see the cases where players decline the draw. I know it's
Yeah.
tough.
So Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the first game we can see on the camera. There's also a second one, which is
Mhm.
also kind of visible, and that's the second board.
Second
And
board under 14, right?
yeah, and
Okay.
these guys also have 4 out of 4, and
Mhm.
they're definitely gonna fight for the lead of the tournament because they have the chance to lead the tournament if they manage to win. So I think that's gonna be a fighting
Okay.
game.
Let me check.
It's Delgad Delay from Czech Republic against Ilinka from Romania. Yeah.
Okay. Probably already know yourself that chess in Romania has improved a lot. They have a big sponsor. Some big names have started to play for national team. Ivan Sokolov, the person behind Uzbekistan Olympiad gold in Chennai in the last Olympiad, and now Superbet, this club cup team with so many heavy guns are like Abdusatorov, Gukesh. They are all playing now for Superbet, and of course the Romanian national team as well with Kirill Shevchenko and some others. So I think that the level of chess in general in Romania is increasing. They have a good president, Vlad, who is doing a good effort, and some other guys. I know them. I know them because I was invited for Romanian chess gala. There were some stars around. So the level of chess, and they're doing a good job. The level of chess has improved a lot. So I'm not surprised that in this year and maybe next year we will see Romanian players on top board in youth categories because they have coaches, they have good tournaments. So I'm quite curious. I don't know much about Felix Antonio. Of course, I could check this with Ivan Sokolov, my dear friend. But if you have some info about him,
I mean,
I'm
I actually have an info backing up what you just said that Romania is improving and is doing a lot for chess this year because they have really a lot of players this year attending the European Championship. And actually, Ilinka is the only player in Open under 14. Whether in other categories they usually have 2 to 5 players, I would say, or 2 to 3 players. He's the only one playing in under 14, so he's definitely a huge hope for Romania to have some great results, right?
yeah, we would love to see this more in the, often in some other countries as well. So let's just check the opening. So the point of this line, this Vienna's game, is here. If white plays a3, black play a6 to be ready to challenge with b5. But after a4, black is changing the strategy and now trying to exploit the b4 square. I was playing this a lot with white. I like those structures. This was played before by Morozevich and some other top players. This 95 is known. Okay, e4. Okay, this looks a bit strange, but maybe it's working. d5, other way was to take on e5 and some stage maybe to f3 to dominate the bishop. Now we have some King's Indian style position. The thing is, in this structure, when d5 and bishop is on d6, you really want to play c6. But after c6, white bishop on c4 becomes better, and this d5 square, it's good for outpost for white. And the main advantage that white can easier exploit the files where you need to with blacks sometimes to find a way for your queen. Again, draw for similar position, 100 rated points. Yeah, it seems, Lucy, that we will need to discuss more this psychology. This is something I know. This I'm advising, also mentoring some players, and I said to them, parents are asking me before some events, not particular this one. What do you think? And they're mainly focused on moves. Who has coaches? Who has trainers? Who has better openings? But this psychology, I think, is very important. How to resist the move of a draw offer, how to be ready to fight, how not to think about opponent behavior during the game, facial expressions, poker face bluffs, and so on. I think that this type of things are quite important in youth categories, because sometimes you get impressed and they start to build some brand of some player. He knows the theory, he calculates, he played that event. Have you seen his result in Blitz? He won against some top player and so on. And suddenly it's hard to play against him. I think this
I mean,
psychological part is very important.
yeah, I mean, this tournament is pretty specific because I wouldn't say majority of the players go to play this tournament to improve. I would say they're going to get a great result, to fight against the best players from other countries. So I don't think European Championship is the tournament where your main goal is to improve, right? Or at least that's how I feel about European
Yeah, but I
Championships.
think it's not that now they're thinking, okay, the guy has 100-point rating and I got 2 rating points. I think more that suddenly you be afraid of losing because you know that maybe loss gets you away from the top and you want to be around. So there are players who are there, as you mentioned, not interested about draw. I want to fight. I want to win all the games, and then you sense that this guy have this different approach, that the way how he's ready to risk it. But some players, I want to be on top. I'm not 100% self-confident that I'm here a winner ready to win the event. I want somehow to be close to top and see if there is a chance maybe to go in, to end up in top 10, maybe close to medal. And those type of players start to calculate a bit in this part of the event. That was my point. Yeah, any remark from your side? I think we can just briefly check which section we were not following. I'm speaking about boys or open section, and then after the break we can switch to girls section. So
Okay, so
under
we can go
14,
back to, yeah, sorry.
yeah, yeah, just say
I
it.
was thinking we can go back to under 16 because we kind of skipped to under 14 when we noticed there was a draw on the first board and we
Okay,
didn't really have a
okay,
chance.
sure. So we
Yeah.
checked the first the board, right? Or
Which we also have on a camera so we can see
yeah.
Axel uh thinking.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. If we have them on the camera, right?
Yeah. The first and the
Okay.
second board.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe we can go full screen there just for a second. Okay. So what do you think?
I mean, the first thing I noticed was the time difference, which
Mm-hmm.
is we discussed it many times that it's really important, and especially in this time control, which is different than what usually every player is used to, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So the time you spend is really important, and you have to think about it much more than usually
Mm-hmm.
because it's gonna affect the end of the game quite a lot. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and we can see Kvaloi actually has like almost 30 minutes time advantage. What do you think?
Yeah. Listen, depends. Sometimes time advantage is. I was mentioning this few times in some other events that sometimes time advantage is important if you have sort of your position. If you have the position where somehow maybe you surprise your opponent or something and suddenly you're ahead of clock, but it's not your position. It's not your main repertoire. Then sometimes you won't be so confident later in choosing the direction, opting for some lines. So you might need to burn a lot of times. There was one famous case, not famous, I made it famous, but I started to speak about it a lot. During European Women Individual, there was a game, Irina Burmaga from Romania playing against Stavroula Tsulakitu, where it was penultimate round, maybe last round. I think penalty. I'm not sure. Maybe even last round. And White was blitzing the line. Some moves. It was Sicilian. Some knight d2, knight c4, something which was not played so much before. And basically, after like 15 moves, the time situation was on the clock that White has barely spent any minute practically, while Black was already Stavrula was already like on a clock like half an hour. So the difference was an hour. But she made through the prep, went out of the opening zone in her position. It was some Sicilian. Neither Stavrula is aggressive player, now playing in Tbilisi in Women Grand Prix, doing good. And she's very strong player, for my opinion. And she played some Sicilian. Now she knows, okay, the structure is defined. I will start rolling on the king side. My king is safe now. Now White will need to start save her king. And I said at that moment that White would love to give 1 hour immediately back. Can I give you 1 hour back? But give me some other position. Immediately I will return 1 hour for another position. And what happened? Suddenly Irina was starting to burn much more time. Stavrula making moves which are quite familiar for her, not spending so much time, and that sort of equalized, and Black became better, but in the end, it was a draw. So sometimes it's huge. People were, I don't know, chatting, oh, 1 hour advantage, horrible for Black. But she was more spending time in, I need to avoid this direction. I don't want to go there. Not that she was like burning completely time solving all the positions, but it's sort of psychological, where to go, where to sidestep, which position to put. And when she decided, okay, this is the route, now she felt comfortable. She knows how to handle that type of position.
And was it the same time control as in this tournament?
Yes, exactly the same. Exactly.
What
So
do you think about this time control? Do you prefer it over the normal one?
listen, now who says that if I say something, no, this is a good time control, on the opposite, I have like 10 top players who will say immediately, no, we need to speed up, the speed up, speed up, speed up. This is too long, this is too long. What can they say? Everyone is saying on top that the time should be speeding up. Then, of course, probably they are right. I think after 14 move, but depends on which category, because in some categories on top they know the system, they know the openings. It's not easy to get any advantage, and give us some rapid that we can maybe take more risk and put some other gambits lines put there. But on the hour level, we don't know so much theory. We need to break through. We are sometimes inventing or thinking that we are inventing sometime. So it depends on which tournament. I don't think that here is wrong basically, but we can maybe consider that maybe 40 minutes after 14 moves, this additional increment is maybe not needed. So that you just play a game, immediately have like this speed, this fast control in the end, no additional half an hour. Maybe it worth a try, but I don't believe that on some kind of open events with so many players that you need to speed up process, because they like to play rapid. They know, now I'm playing rapid, now I'm playing classical, and classical is classical. So on top level, probably they should speed up. They should speed up a lot, but on like this type of level, I think it's okay. Don't see that this is some kind of big issue. Your comment, your opinion on that matter?
I talked about this also with Sergey
Mhm,
the first day I was commenting, and I actually
mhm,
prefer this kind of time control. I don't know, it just feels fresh and it's much more fun, I would say. And in
mhm,
general, I play a bit faster, so this is exactly what I prefer while playing.
mhm.
And yeah, I mean, it feels like it's much more fun when you have less time.
Okay,
So yeah.
okay, good enough. I agree with you. So here, okay, the game is in progress, or the game is drawn between Ilinka, Felix Antonio. Hang on. So I don't know why I thought that it was drawn or not. The game is in progress. So second board in under 14.
It's still going. Yeah, the boys are
Okay.
there, so
So which one you said we skipped? Under 16?
I mean, yeah. We
Okay,
saw the first game, if I'm not
okay,
wrong.
okay. Let's check the first one as well. It's not that we are in some kind of hurry. Okay, so this is the first game. Okay, some Sicilian Rouser, my pet line. I wrote a book together with former European champion Zdenko Kožul about this Rouser, and it was my pet line. I won many important games with black. So here, usually people play castle and then bishop d7 is a move, but here or after queen d3 people don't play a6 because after knight c6 bc6. Okay, I will actually tell you the whole story, guys. So after queen d2 a6 castle, there is this a6 line played by many top players, and then after knight c6 bc6 bishop f4 targeting d6. e5 doesn't work because I take and the queen is hanging, and after d5 there is queen e3 line, and queen goes to e3 to g3 and some stage. For example, I don't know, let's say like here. I need to play bishop e2 first to stop, and then queen g3. Let's say this kind of position. So I played queen d2, queen e3, queen g3, three moves. In the line, if I go queen d3 and you play a6, I take like this. Let's say, I don't know, h6, bishop f4. Now we have same position. Same position where I played queen d3, queen g3. So I went there in two moves. That's why some players like me, after queen d3, I was not playing a6, I was playing bishop d7, because on knight b5 there is a difference if the queen is not on d2, what is on d3, then knight b4 is an option. Okay, just to make long story short. But here, after queen d2 a6, not many people were taking on c6. As I told you, from queen d3, that's an option, or after h6. But after queen d2, knight c6, immediately not many players were playing. Bishop e7, possible is to play d5. Bishop e7, takes, g takes. Usually this structure is okay for black, although white might place the bishop on b3, which can be an issue. I don't believe that this was handled well by black. c5, I don't trust. I think some a5 should be played. Now I think it's just this e6 is, or rook d3, rook h3. Looks to me that Axel is doing quite well on the first board, and yeah, he might be first one to come to 4.5. It looks very promising. Then we have another encounter, Turkey against France. Let's see how that game is going on.
You can see the game also on the video from the playing hall. Yeah.
Okay, this game, another Rouser Sicilian knight c6, but now instead of knight g5, Richter Rouser attack, white went for Fischer pet line Sozin, a6, and now the main line is that the main thing in neither pawn on a6, but black won't play b5, he will play queen b6 is the move I was playing mainly with black. The idea is to stop Velimirovich attack. Usually Velimirovich attack goes this way, and then white plays queen e2, castle long, and then start sacrificing one of the knights, and it's quite unpleasant. That's why black invented queen b6, because now you cannot play bishop e3, and on knight b3, or let's say knight b5, I'm stopping this long castle, or the long castle is not the same, or since this knight won't be able to be sacrificed on f5 or to e6, and you cannot place your bishop to b3. But here e6, okay, Velimirovich, but now white, instead of heading for a long castle and pushing a g pawn, went for a short castle. Okay, this was typical reaction. I like this. I think white, the way how white combined long castle preparation with short castle execution doesn't feel right, and now black has dream position. It looks to me that just black is completely dominated. This is like dream sacrifice, exchange sacrifice for black. And maybe to check the next board, how another IM is playing against FM. So how this game developed. Let's check.
Mentioned that yesterday, the fourth round, first 4 games ended up with a draw. So right now, after the round number 4, we have 14 players with 3.5 points.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's gonna get pretty interesting. I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
massive share, and now who is able to win in that type of drawing game? Then of course, yeah, you are much closer to medal. And sometimes with so many draws, you only need like one or two important key win. Let's check these positions, since it seems that this was like King's Indian attack, played by Bobby Fischer, by many other players, even Kramnik and some others. Uh, Basically, White is playing reversed Sicilian. This is all known. And Knight can go here, and now White can either place the queen to h5 or to push h pawn. Okay, opted allowing h6. This is a huge like dilemma, either to allow h6 with white or to stop it. Black opted for allowing, and now just white is having a completely winning position. This example is typical for basically I would play, or not just that I'm praising my level of play, but I would play this position, or you could see some top players playing this position in a blitz game of 1 minute or 2 minute bullet or something, because white has executed all the known moves. So now the main question is for black. So why black allowed it? It can be that black got surprised, that black didn't expect this. He doesn't know much about this setup. So the one who will learn more from this game is of course black, because this is dream setup for white. Pawn is dominating, knights are dominating, and you need to always watch out for your king later. This is shaky. As I said, knight can really jump in, and then your king will be attacked and basically shutted for whole the game. Do we have any results? Just maybe uh, to say to viewers, Lucy, and then we can take a break.
Well, from this category, I would like to mention Hayaliev Islam. Hopefully, I read it
Mhm.
correctly. He is currently third after the round number 4, and he actually doesn't have any title, and he's one of the only ones who is in front without any title, and
Mhm.
he's already gaining 773 points to his rating. So yeah, I just wanted to mention him. He's from Azerbaijan.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I
That's
mean,
that's a
he's
great.
having a great tournament.
Mhm. So
He's
this is
playing on
group.
a board
This is group.
number
This is group under
16. Yeah,
under
the
16.
same one. He's actually
Yeah.
playing on the board number 6.
Mhm.
On board number 6, he is one of the 14 boys who has 3.5 points. So
Okay.
yeah.
Doing great. Doing great. Yeah. Is there any result we have in progress? Let's briefly, which is already finished while the games are in progress. Uh, we
Haven't noticed.
Okay, so we will check. Maybe we can just, yeah, finish this first call, then we will switch to girls. Guys, we will go for a break, and then we will come back to follow other things. Lucy, we will follow chat as well, right? Just remind the viewers, subscribe to his YouTube channel. It's not, even if you are for the first time watching, that I think it's useful for you to be more involved, to be able to make some comments in chats and to be notified. So subscribe to his YouTube channel, and we will be back soon.
Everyone, welcome back to the live stream of round number 5 of the European Chess Championship. We're back after a short break with some updates. And firstly, I would like to start with the updates on the category under 18, the open category, where we have few more results. And actually, there's first three boards, which ended up in a draw. What do you think about that?
Yeah, as I said, things are heating up. Some players somehow feel that it's maybe a moment in the middle of the tournament, fifth round, to make a short break and then in the last round to push. So maybe players just today were not eager to take like huge risk. Yeah, I understand, but some positions were really promising. So for lower rated players, so I'm okay. I'm a little bit disappointed because I would love to see Lucy that we had some tough fight around, but I understand.
Luckily, we have many games to follow, so definitely we'll see some fighting games. They actually chose pretty interesting time to end their games so early because tomorrow, as we can remind, there's a free day where players can relax, kind of enjoy, for example, go around Prague, whatever. What would be the choice for you to go or to do on the free day?
Yeah, usually I like to do some sports just to move my thoughts away from the play. So some
Something
sports,
specific?
some football games, some tennis. Actually, that would help. But of course, sightseeing is always nice. I was also doing that during the some events. Although I always wanted to have some nice company, not to do it, let's say, alone or something. So if there organized tour that always help. But Prague itself, as we all know, it's a great city and big city with so many attractions. So in Prague, it's quite easy to find something interesting. There are some players who sleep those days, go to pool, wellness, if that's an option in hotel, or if it will be some kind of coastal tournament. I would also just maybe stroll around the beach, which also is an option on a free day.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have beach in Prague, maybe in a few years. But so far, that's not an option.
But
So,
yeah, but there are probably some pools around. I know.
yeah,
Actually,
definitely.
I played a lot in not a lot. I played in Czech Republic. So I
Really?
played in Brno in the Tropa Cup. I played Pardubice. For, that was my like favorite tournament a long ago.
Czech Open,
Uh,
right?
yeah, exactly. I think one year even I shared second place, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow,
Yeah,
congrats.
it was, and I
That's
love it the
awesome.
way how many tournaments, how they come up with those type pairs, Bachhaus, problem solving. So every day
Yeah.
you have like five tournaments of something, and then it was funny. You have like a schedule, and I know the guys Jan Mazuk and other guys behind that event. So you have like tournament, open tournament, and suddenly you see that there are so many events around before, afterwards. So it was always
Yeah. Are you
always
aware
fun.
of the Blitz Marathon that is played in Czech?
That
Czech
was
Open?
something which was some kind of mystery. Are you ready to play Blitz? And I know one of my fellows were playing Blitz, and they said the strategy was following at some stage you just sleep for like 1 hour, losing like 10 games, but then you recover. Then you
Maybe we
recover
can
like
explain to the viewers how exactly it works, or at
yeah,
least some
actually, you play
details.
24 hours. You've played 24 hours, but at some stage, you really don't see the opponent. You don't see the board. You just you just start making some moves. You don't know what's the clock, and you got completely tired. And then, as I said, there are some players who sacrifice few rounds just to take some a short nap, power nap, and then get back to the board. Yeah, but as I said, I like the atmosphere, and there were some football tournaments we played during during Pardubice and everything. So it was one of my favorite tournaments, and I played in Prague as well. So some events. So yeah, Czech Republic is always nice to visit, although it's not easy to organize this type of event and to secure same conditions to everyone. There sometimes is on first come basis and other stuff. Some players prefer to have better room. They are not interesting about the food. Some players they're only interesting about food. They don't interested how big is TV or something, or is there a pool or not. Yeah, so it's not easy to secure for different type of delegations same conditions. So I know it's quite challenging.
Yeah,
So
but it's not the
hopefully,
first time European Championship is in Prague, especially. I mean, I played in Prague 8 years ago when there was also European Championship, and it actually was played in the same hotel in the same playing hall. So seeing it live, it's crazy to see that I played there 8 years ago. So yeah, I mean, hopefully everything is going okay. I mean, I don't have any uh, bad messages from Prague from organizers or players. So I mean, so far it looks pretty good. What do you
yeah,
think?
yeah, the same. Okay, my team went to the Rapid and Blitz as well. So basically, there were players coming before, some to Classic, and there some players who only play Classic, some who played only Blitz and Rapid, and some who were combining. There were some issues regarding accommodation. Usually, when we have like third person in the room, which is sometimes not easy to resolve, but it was solved. So and I didn't have any other requests, anything. So I know that organizers are ready to solve any issue. Also depends of what you prefer as a person. Some people like, oh, give me just a pool or beach, and as I said, I'm not interested in hotel. Some would like to have something where parents can move around, where kids are playing. Like Czech Republic has a lot of bars for good beer and so on. I understand it's you will always have some percentage of people who are saying that someone somewhere is better and somewhere is worse. So I'm pretty aware of that. But I know the persons and officials from Czech Republic. I know that they are experienced and that they are positive and they are doing their best. So in that, if something even happens, I know it won't happen on purpose. That's something I want to stress.
So if I understand correctly, you're in contact with the Croatian Federation and representation in Czech Republic, right?
So as I'm involved in federation, Croatian Chess Federation, I'm involved with my team, and I know I'm in contact with some of them. Actually, we got one player got 2 medals in rapid and blitz, girls under 14, and other player won a medal in rapid under 12. So yeah, of course, we are also maybe hoping for some results. Although
So
Eric
maybe
is
you can point out or mention someone we should be following closely from Croatian
okay. I
representation.
don't want to privatize this broadcast, but yeah, as I said, I'm quite eager for you. Wherever I stop, probably some Czech player will be around. So every game. So, but for me, I have only few players who are capable to win a medal or to come close to medal. This is Eric Golubovic, open sectional boys under 12, and Lara Zagorac, girls under 14. These are our main hopes at the moment. I know that Eric, they're both on 3 points, 3 points out of five, and out of four. Sorry, 3 points out of four, 2 wins, 2 draws, and Eric is 12 at the moment. Let's see which place he's sharing. So it's boys or open under 12. At the moment, he's playing on the sixth board, and yeah, he's sharing ninth place, while Lara is on uh, 3 points as well. She's playing on board sixth as well, and she's sharing board place ninth. So they are probably there is similar situation, although Eric has better additional criteria. Okay, we will check maybe, but maybe it's a moment to move on. You mentioned that we have results, boys or open section under 18. I saw that we have also a win for white on board 8.
Yeah, I actually
Israeli.
watched the game. It was interesting.
Okay, we might go back to it. So, Israeli player, uh, international master with a famous name, Eitan Rosen, because these days everyone knows streamers. Do you follow some specific streamer? Probably, of course, you know Eric Rosen, that he's also a streamer. But Gotham Chess and some others, do you tend to
Yeah,
follow?
I follow Nakamura, so that's probably everyone. But yeah,
Okay, so yeah, these days people sometimes know better streamers than you can be streamer with 2200 and more known and popular than some grandmaster. Yeah, me myself, I also have a YouTube channel for Croatian viewers because I'm doing a commentary on Croatian national TV. It's now I'm close to 15,000 subscribers, so somehow people in Croatia tend to follow me as well. Other sections, some results. So boys under 16 or open section. Anything there,
well,
Lucy?
there's a result on board number 4 in the boys under 16 or open under 16.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, the player with white pieces who won was, I mean, if I'm correct, he is the first after the fourth round. So that means he's leading the tournament so far.
Mm-hmm.
So we can maybe check that out later on, for example.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
definitely a talented player from Romania. We were talking about them earlier, right? So yeah, another
Yeah.
great
They showed
prospect.
strong. They came with strong lineup here. Then in the section under 14, we have a draw on the first board. Other games are mainly fighting. How about kids? Our
We can
youngsters?
check out, for example, the category under 10 years old, for example, boys. What do
Any
you think?
results? Any results there?
Yeah, there's a result on the board number 2 so far, and
Okay.
then on the some of the boards in the back.
So draw on the second board.
There was a request to see one game, so we can maybe check that out quickly right now. What do you think?
I think we should just name the results and then switch to woman to girls section, and
Okay,
then we can
no
check
problem.
the board. Somehow, I have a feeling that we were focused maybe too much on open section, so now it's time maybe to switch. In girls section, we can check the results. What's going on
Uh,
there?
so far on the first boards, they're still fighting, if I see
It's
correctly.
typical when I'm following these days. I'm following a lot women section and men or open section, and I've noticed that the games are much longer in women's section. The fighting spirit is sometimes higher. So somehow is it self confident, which is maybe higher, or is the level of play a little bit different, so it allows you maybe more chances for a win? I don't know, but somehow determination and the for example, when you follow open European championship and then women champions, you will see the percentage of decisive games that is much higher in women section. So I
Yeah,
love
we
to
can
follow.
definitely back that up with the results we can see so far because we've seen a lot of quick draws, I mean, in the open section so far. And if I'm correct, none in the girls
Yeah,
section.
yeah.
So girls are
Girls are
not,
fighting
girls
hard.
are,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
Okay.
what category would you like to check out?
Okay,
The oldest?
let's start with the strongest one under 18. We can check how Orion is doing Noga in the game against Anahit Muradian. Orion is uh, yeah, having a smoothless result, 4 out of 4,
Yeah,
right?
she's the first seeded, so that's definitely what she's going for. We can just to mention actually see the game on the camera also.
Mm-hmm. To go maybe full screen to check the camera. Okay, why not? If our technical support can.
But I wouldn't just praise Orion because her opponent Muradian is also doing pretty great, and I
Mhm,
actually talked about her. I mean, I'm sure I talked about her already, but she's gaining over 100 points at 115, 14 after four
mhm,
rounds. She's also Armenian player, so as we
mhm,
can see, I already checked out the Armenian federation,
mhm.
and majority of the players are gaining rating points. So
Yeah, this somehow this boost when it comes to some countries, and it's typical. Depends, of course, of sponsors, politics, situations. It somehow it shows. It starts to show very quickly. Not very quickly, but in 1 or 2 years, suddenly you see coaches are coming, delegations are more serious, more people are coming, they are more better placed in starting list, many top seats and so on. So you can, if even if you don't have an info, for example, you check the country and suddenly you see, okay, I don't know, this country, there are many players who are coming. Then you see that something positive is going on in that country. You can check this through youth championships as well. You see
yeah,
which country is serious. Yeah.
we can actually see especially the girls section because out of I'm not sure how many girls, but there's only one girl in girls under 8 who is losing, and she's losing only 8 points to her rating. But other than her, like I would say, 10 girls are gaining and gaining a lot of points. I mean, the least is like 30, and it goes up to 114. So I mean, that's a great, great. These are great results for Armenia, definitely.
Yeah, great. Okay, let me go briefly through the games while you can, maybe Lucy, you can provide us some additional info if necessary. So let's check, guys, what happened in the games. So it was G3. The point of this line is to sidestep uh, I don't know, Queen's Gambit or some Nimso Indian stuff, and with G3, basically you're steering a game immediately to Catalan, and maybe avoiding Bogo, because after knight f3, this is normal, and it's not easy for white to gain a control of e4 square. But in case of G3, then after bishop b4, and later your bishop will be more open, and you will be ready to take some more space. So here that's basic slight plus for white, typical, and you should be very careful playing this with black, since this bishop is really a headache, and this one is putting a serious pressure. Rook a2, slight plus for white. You solve one problem, another one comes. I don't know about queen b3. Was it a right option? Usually queen goes to c5, but black's anyway coming with his e5 and solving c8 bishop issue. But anyway, it's not equalization. Okay, queen ended in c2, so white admitted a small mistake. And now some mistakes. e4, strange move. Queen c3, not to shut the bishop somehow screamed to be played, but white had different idea. Okay, knight to d8. Also, this is understandable that black didn't go for it, because now this knight is a really great blocker and not fun to play it. So she went to d8, but now pressure over d5 is super strong. Queen d5, queen c7, and okay, what was a miss? Engine saying that this is just game over, but maybe for human was not so easy. Queen d5 was played, and now suddenly black is doing great. King will come. Black is suddenly having a great position. How about, Lucy, now your opinion regarding body language, since the position is suddenly very good for black? Time on the clock. Yes, yeah, although she might be now, Anahit might be excited. Sometimes people are nervous because they don't feel well, but some people about their position, but some people tend to be more nervous when they're excited about possible positive outcome or even win against the black, against first seed and so on. So I'm not sure that she's like concerned. I would rather say that it's sort of excitement. I don't know. Yeah, she's blitzed the move. Sound was probably quite noisy, the way how she played bishop g4. So, yeah, also she's playing with white's queen, right? Is that a queen? Yeah, I think it's a queen. Yeah, it's in.
You play with the pieces when you play games or not?
No, basically, I stopped that habit. Actually, I was, I don't know, when I was younger, I had some habit, but later, as I said, my concept was to make my poker face to build it. So I got rid of all those habits, but I know many players who are doing it, who are so happy when they exchange a pawn or a rook. For example, Magnus is doing those during Blitz. Gael van Boris, he was doing this all the time. When he's walking, he takes a piece, exchange a piece, and then walk with that piece. There are many players actually who in the Slovenian Grandmaster 2650 Luka Lenic. Many players I know they are doing that, and they are actually not aware. Basically, some of them are that they are not aware that they are doing this just in front of the opponent.
Yeah, I
Sometimes.
mean, many gestures you're doing without knowing it. You're just so focused, so you just play with your hair or bite your nails, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Legs under the table and so on. So it's
yeah.
typical sometimes how people can act without noticing. Yeah, as I said, I was let's say also superstitious before. In some part of career, you start to think about pen, about the position, what were you drinking or something. But then, like, okay, many athletes are, but then it's not easy to get rid of it. You start to overthink that stuff, and it can be very disturbing. I know many players who are very, very superstitious, having so many habits or different stuff, and then at some stage they completely stop, not thinking at all. But it's very tricky. If you become too superstitious, then I was I won because I was playing with White's Rook, and then, but of course, it doesn't have any real connection. Yeah, I'm quite quite interested how this game will end up, because white was completely winning. Suddenly the tables were turned. Black is doing great, probably. And how do you, yeah, how do you now adjust to this situation? Some players cannot so easily forget what happened before, that they were winning or having a easy game and suddenly the tables were turned.
Yeah, we'll see, but we have to say Orion is really experienced, really great chess player, I would say, especially in the girls section. So we'll see how she's
Yeah,
gonna.
although rating doesn't say that way, right? Oh, you say you're saying for her. Sorry, I saw that you're
Yeah,
saying
but
for her. Yeah,
also Muradian is obviously based on her results also really talented. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. Sorry. You were
she's
saying about
gaining
her.
probably the most out of the whole tournament, if I'm correct. I can
Yeah,
check it later, but yeah, 114 points after four moves that 4 rounds. That great. That is crazy. Yeah.
yeah, I agree. I agree. Very interesting thing. As I said, remember this remark. Sometimes when you're under attack, you're fighting for your life. You're making the best step. You are in that role. I need to survive, and suddenly you need to play different role. Some players cannot adjust, and easily. And for example, you want to outplay your opponent. He's fighting like a lion, and he's not making mistake. You're putting considerable amount of pressure, and you think, okay, no chance for win. And suddenly, when you got into lost position, the guy just blunder and you win. And you put there serious effort, no result, no effort, result comes. That's psychological game. Okay, maybe time to. But anyway, this looks to me now that white. This is typical for endgame, when the pawn is advanced without super huge support, rooks, even queen. Then it's not a huge asset, because king helps in fighting, and then later you might end up pawn down. Maybe it's time that we switch to another game. How is
Notice pretty quickly that the time difference is pretty huge. Yeah.
let's
Karashane with black pieces is having some time trouble.
Yeah, now it's Lucy. Now it's timetable is approaching, and some games we will get already players in severe time trouble. But let me
Yeah,
just
but I
check.
mean 45 minutes, that's a huge difference, right?
Yeah, of course. As I said, in the opening is important difference, but it's not. Sometimes people tend to overestimate it, but in when it's time trouble and the position is tense, then of course this advantage is huge. Hmm. White is of course completely dominating, right? You don't need to be Einstein to realize that. But where will you break through? You need to find a way, because black will just stay put, moving back and forth. So with white, you need to break through, and you cannot just win this game on time, because in 8 moves, black will just move the bishop or queen or king. So you need to put some question, some breakthrough, g4 f5. Listen, it's of course it looks much better for white, like a huge domination, but now it's also this, they call this practical strength. How good are you in creating some not bluff, but maybe some, actually I would say some situation for your opponent to make a decision, because now black knows that, okay, she's worse, but she just need to wait. But when you, I don't know, push a pawn and ask your opponent a question, will you exchange it or not, and then this time difference might be decisive. Uh, what does body language say?
I mean, we cannot see them really closely, but
Yeah,
we
but
still
although
can
we can have some kind of feeling, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're both thinking, but obviously, Karashone doesn't look too happy about her game. But it's definitely not, doesn't look like it's something tragical, so she's definitely ready for fight. We'll see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and the problem is when your opponent has like much more time, then the issue is that your opponent decides about the dynamics, when to stop, even go to toilet, whatever. And when you're low on time, you need to follow the dynamics and tempo of your opponent, which is not
Yeah,
easy to handle. You never know when the move will come, because in blitz, and if severe time travel of both players, you know the move will come. 1 minute, I will get the move. Here, your opponent can spend like 15 minutes and then surprise you with something, and you cannot be concentrated for half an hour at the same level. Yeah, so it's
yeah, and you have nothing to look forward to because normally you usually wait until the 40th move. You can go walk a bit,
yeah,
refresh yourself, whatever. But in this time, you cannot do that. You just have to kind of survive.
yeah. Basically,
Get through. So
your strategy now is, let me see the most dangerous move for me. Okay, let me find it. This pawn push is probably the toughest situation, putting the toughest question in front of me. So let's find an answer what to do it. But then your opponent plays something you didn't see, and then your clock is ticking. But anyway, this I like the situation. This is actually, Lucy, what we wanted to have, right? Okay, some tense situations on both boards. Outcome is
yeah, I mean,
unclear.
yeah, it's really nice to watch this category because I could have played, and I know a lot of girls from this
Have you
category because
played
they.
against them?
Well, actually, I played about against Karashane this year. I mean, on Mitropa Cup, if
Mm-hmm.
I'm correct. And yeah, I played against many of the girls from this category, so it's really nice watching them and not playing
Okay,
against them for one time.
cool,
So
cool. Yeah. So do we have a move? Not yet. Okay. Let's check. Let's check maybe the next board, right? How Sophia is doing. She's playing against. And
Shkinova Sofia from Israel.
okay. So two Sophias, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a mess. Okay, that's a huge mess. But it seems that the black is in driving seat. Yeah, black must be winning here. Okay, as I mentioned, some top cadets here, top youth players will have like I don't know, some repertoire, E5, Berlin, Open Spanish, maybe neither Sicilian, which neither, let's say, 15, 20 years ago was, I would say, was much more challenging opening than now, because now people memorize a lot. There are a lot of systems already well developed, and basically it's more like memory test in some lines, and that we won't have like Benoni and some other challenging openings. But this statement is not true in girls section. Here probably we'll have even Benonis. As I said, fighting spirit is different and in different direction. And I'm not surprised that here we have King's Indian. The opening I mentioned, we won't see much in boys section. And Samish is one of the most interesting and sharpest. So bishop e3, the theory developed, this is known. First they were playing bishop e3, e5, and so on, and then they played bishop g5, but realized that c5 here is an option. Then someone started to play bishop e3 to stop c5. Then they play c5 anyway, because there is a compensation after c5. And then someone say, okay, if bishop e3 was played to stop c5, and it's not stopping c5, then don't play the move which is not stopping the main concept, and they started to play knight e2 or bishop g5 again. But of course, bishop e3 is possible. c5, d5. Let me see. This is all known. Queen c7, yeah, possible. Knight h5. Okay, this queen c2, queen d2 doesn't look so appealing. Okay, complicated battle. f4, I like it. White should be fine now. Knight h3 played. Okay, she wanted to place the knight to f2. But now she got outplayed. Okay, messy game. Really. Who knows who was better here? And still it might be queen g7 looked more to the point, because now after knight f4, bishop f5 is just exploiting the pin. Lucy, which is your, I would say, motive in terms of tactics you like the most? I
I
don't
mean,
know, the pin, the back rack motive, something.
I don't think I have a favorite one. It depends on the game.
I know,
I
to
don't
me
know.
somehow, yeah, you don't have it. Somehow, to
No.
me, this back rank motif is it's really nice. Somehow, it gives maybe the I don't know, the toughest emotions to your opponent, because suddenly he got maybe surprised, and usually the game is over when it's a back rank motif with maybe some pin. The game can still go on, maybe with different material, but back rank motif is usually connected with checkmate. Yeah, it's just my remark. So you don't have it
No.
yet.
I don't think so.
Okay, you're still young. There is time for that. What's going on in some other games? Maybe
I would go for the category under girls under 16 if you're interested, because
yeah.
we also have camera for the game, and I mean this camera is by far the most interesting one, I would say, because we
Okay.
can see Shvedova playing black pieces from Italy against Shotka Klara from Poland.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I was watching girls since the beginning, and Shvedova was watching really closely, watching her opponent really closely. And now she got into some, I would say, time trouble, or she has less time, and she's focusing mainly on the board. So I don't think she's feeling too confident, to be honest, based on the body language at least.
Yeah, but as I said, what I've noticed that I was mentioning this before, somehow girls are really concentrated in general. These girls are really concentrated from the beginning, sometimes, which of course is understandable, but maybe it's not the best practical decision, because you don't have the energy for 4 hours, 5 hours. Even the top players under high pressure, you need to calculate 10 moves ahead and so on, cannot resist that energy draining. So sometimes I've noticed that this focus is too strong from the beginning, and you need to have in chess a game, you need to have some relaxed relaxed part of the game. And usually this approach backfires at the beginning of time trouble, or already in some kind of time trouble. When you are completely exhausted already, you are desperate to pass this 14th move to get some time to recover. And I've noticed many mistakes that the level drops at this part. So I'm quite curious to watch the time trouble.
I mean,
uh,
she was focusing in the beginning, but mainly on her opponent, I would say. She was almost staring at her. It was funny to watch, actually. I don't think the Polish player even noticed, but she was actually looking at her the whole time. It was really funny to watch.
Yeah, some sunglasses would help maybe, huh?
Oh,
If
maybe.
when your opponent is staring at you, then you put some sunglasses, and then he or she doesn't know when you're watching back. Yeah. So, what do you expect here? By body language unclear. Let's check the position. Let's see
I
how.
mean, I would say the body language is pretty clear. I don't think Shadoweye is feeling too confident. I mean,
Okay. Do you think there is some kind of bluff work around that someone is just showing that completely unhappy, just or with the position, exaggerating, while it might not be the case on the board?
yeah, definitely. There are some players like that who are very expressionate and who show their emotions a lot and may not show the specific emotions they're feeling, but I mean, this looks pretty natural to me, I would say.
Okay. Okay, I believe you. So let's check that position. Let's see what do we have. So guys, the position is here, and okay, it was not so bad. That was also Rouser or French. No, it was London system. And then we ended up here, and now Bishop c5 was actually condemned by engines. Okay, strange decision, really strange decision, because you don't want to exchange bishop pair voluntarily. I'm surprised that she went for it. It's because now after bishop c5, even if you take on d4, this knight will come and probably, or even pawn takes, and then e5 is not on the menu. Okay, let's just briefly check how the game went. So Vereso London system. Okay, heading for an end game. Clara was playing super solid, but then came g4. And you know what I've noticed in some youth categories as well, Lucy, that sometimes people play a line which looks that the ambitious are solid. Let's say the idea is to play some solid line, but then in two moves comes in, okay, exchange the queens, go for the end game. And then in endgame suddenly comes in some g4, which is the most sharpest thing which exists at that point. So opening very timid, solid, but then super aggression few moves late. So this is not something I see typical, because when people opt for some strategy, they move into that direction. What's your style? What would you say about your style? Aggressive, or I would say, or maybe more strategical,
I
combined.
would say, yeah, this depends. I would say aggressive, but I also play English opening, so I'm not sure if I can say that.
Yeah,
It
you would
really
be the
depends.
first one aggressive with English opening.
Yeah, it depends on the opponent, right? Like usually when I play, especially about against opponents I know from, for example, my category, I know what they like because we play against each other since we're small. So yeah, usually you try to go into positions you know your opponents do not like and do not prefer. So yeah, I don't mind playing either, but depends.
Yeah, usually people tend to praise some good combinations, some aggressive fireworks. So in general, aggressive chess is a little bit more praised. But when you see like some masterpiece positional, then you also say, "Oh, I cannot play like that," because aggressive. A lot of people can play aggressive, but to be to be like a squeezer, like Karpo or like Bobby Fischer has said. How can you say that Alejin, although Alejin is one of my favorite world champions, how can you put him in front of Jose Raul Capablanca when Capablanca was doing like masterpieces in like strategical way? But yeah, this is depends of someone taste, but in general, aggressive players are more praised by public. Okay, so here some g4, as I said, a little bit aggression, but also understandable. It's an end game. You're taking some space. It looks to me that both players were having like a normal position. Okay, this is also typical. Sometimes engines and people tend to overestimate this pawn push. Flexibility sometimes yields more. Oh, she went for a bishop pair, but then she just lost the plan. And now, tough situation, as you mentioned, Lucy, on camera as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I cannot see inside her head, but she doesn't look too satisfied with the position. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised, so.
Yeah. Okay, let's check the second board. Let's see how Mariam is doing. As we already know that Georgians are great in women chess, best country in the world probably in terms of
Yeah, she's one
results.
of the three next to Shvedova and Shotka who have 4 out of 4 points. So
Mhm.
she's in the lead of the tournament. So yeah, definitely a great player.
I haven't checked. It's is Bodana, a fantastic girl from England, playing this event. Now it crossed my mind, and she's like, because I know there were few Georgians who were playing in European individual woman, and
Can you repeat the name for me once again, please?
Bodana from England. She's the youngest I think player who crossed 2000, then 2100, and I think she will play maybe even Olympiad if I'm not mistaken. For
I cannot see her here. I
yeah.
have There are two girls playing girls under 18, then one girl playing girls under 14, and then one
So
playing
in, for
G8.
example, under 14, I see that Megeladze Kesaria, she's playing girls under 14. She played in European individual woman in Greece, playing fantastic chess, and now see I see that she is leading the field here under 14 girls. 4 out of 4. We will check her games as her game as well. I know that she's for sure she's some future star. The way how she plays, this is very strong chess. So Megeladze Kesaria, because now Georgian player reminded me of her. So she is for sure the lady to follow. But so Bodana is not playing for England in this event. PT, because I'm quite curious to see maybe she will play World Championship. Sidvanana Bodana, fantastic girl from England, 9 years old, but already playing chess, which is fabulous. I think she scored like few draws against 24 players in European individual. So we have, so we were in the girls under 16, right? And checking the second ball, right? How
Yeah.
Marian is doing. Let me see.
We can also see the girls on the camera.
Mhm.
Yeah, and they're playing pretty quickly, actually.
So this should be a draw. What does the body language say? Good. Somehow
Oh,
solid. Okay, let's let's check. Let's check. Uh, let's check the game on under 18. Let's go back. Or you want to? I wanted to go back to girls under 18. What had happened on the first board, because I think there is a drama there. Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, there has been some development.
Let's go back to that game. So Orion, what's going on? Hang on, the tables were turned. It seems that she's just winning. The last few moves, just okay. Black was better here. What had happened? Anna had completely misplayed it. Okay, everything was 92. Yeah, she's just losing. Big blunder by Black. Yeah, this is something I was saying, right? That now you are in this role of maybe playing for a win, and suddenly you start making mistakes because it's different, a different mindset. It seems that yeah, Ariane is just winning, right? Okay, that's sort of upset.
And
Which
actually, we have a result on the board number 4, so we can check it out, maybe.
okay, sure, why not? Girls
In the
under
same
80.
category, yeah, girls
Yeah,
under 8.
this is Pavitska, right?
Yeah, Pavitska against Dixala.
Okay, let me check. Hang on. Oh, my bad. I inputted something wrongly. Okay, yeah. We have a result. Black won the game. So what happened? Okay, black was pawn. No, it was equal material. Sorry, equal material around here. Okay. Still doesn't look so dangerous for white. Okay. Aha, she went for a pawn's endgame, which was a mistake. F6. Uh, Two passers. Hang on. Yeah. She's getting the two connected pawns. Yeah. She dropped the pawn thinking that she will recover the pawn, but she cannot because f6 just kills it. And then I collect this one and I have a pawn up and my king will fight against this passer. And for white it's not easy to build it up. So here it went this way. Yeah. So liquidating, usually they say liquidate to a pawn's endgame if you are really sure that it's okay, since no way back. Once you got it wrong, game over. In some other endgames you still fight, but in pawn's endgame it's like mathematics is just yes or no. Okay, that's an upset for a white player, but anyway, Emilia was higher rated. Anything else?
I mean, now we can check out the request from the comments, and there was boys under or open under 10 years old. Quickly
Yeah,
check that out.
Let me just check how Kisaria is playing. As I said, she's the player. Remember, I was saying to you that there might be some players under 12 or but she's under 14, but she's the player who can develop to like man grandmaster to become 25 something or 26. I don't see a limit yet to this type of player, so she can be like top player the way how she plays. So let's check how she's doing. She's playing under 14. So Kesaria, remember her, guys. I know her from. Uh, okay, she won, right?
Looks like it.
No, she playing. No, she won. 5 out of 5, right? Let's see the level of opponents. Let's see how easily
It's
she
the category girls
under
under.
14.
Okay, I can
14.
check that
Yeah.
out.
Girls under 14, Georgian player. So she is third
I mean,
seeded.
there is not a result uh on chess results so far, but yeah, we don't have the result on chess results so far, but I mean, yeah, based on
She's
the opponent
she's not
score.
the first seed, but believe me, she's very strong. So let's check the games. Let's see the level how she. So Berlin, interesting that opponent so young is opting up for Berlin. Okay, building up a solid position, not risking a lot, but just okay. You see, Lucy, take a look.
Okay,
Knight a5.
yeah,
Hmm?
it looks great.
Yeah, I love it. If you take double attack, small tactics, another tactic. Yeah, I think it will be very tough for her opponents to come up against her with something very strong, very
Yeah,
strong.
that means
Precision
she's in the lead of the
95%.
tournament.
Yeah, she's 5 out of 5.
And
And
we'll
in that,
see if someone's gonna join her or not, because there
okay,
are
let's check the
some more
first
girls.
board. Let's check how Ines is doing
So
on
you
the.
can look for Bernard Ines.
Yeah,
Bernard Ines.
yeah, exactly. Okay, Ines is lost. At least it looks like, but she might find a way. And very long time. So probably yeah. So Kuznetsova Maria is actually the one uh, who will probably be joining Kesaria.
Tomorrow we're probably gonna see the fight between the two of them, right?
Excuse me.
Because and tomorrow we're probably gonna see a game between the two of
Yeah,
them.
We might not see the game. We might see the pairings, but
Oh,
game.
okay, sorry. The day after. Yeah, I forgot.
Okay, I wanted to have a point there. This is typical what we commentators tend to forget, and then I don't know, typical things. Yeah, we will see, but probably that encounter. Let's check how Maria is playing. I'm quite curious to see the level. So it was London system. Okay, solid way. Okay, you see tactics, knight f4. I like it. Okay, c3 doesn't work because queen takes. Okay, that's also a strong level. Pushing pawns. Okay, blunder probably because she just moved away from f4. Just pushing the pawns. Okay, that edges, of course, immediately spots some trick because this runs to double attack. While this doesn't work because of queen f8. Okay, so she's making some small mistakes, but Maria is also very strong. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see that encounter. Uh, Maybe we can just stroll around the playing hall. Let's see the full board view. Then we can check stroll around all the cameras in full screen, and then I think we can have a short break, and then we will come back to open section and last moments.
Yeah, we should definitely check out the under
Yeah,
16 open.
do we have some severe time trouble? But I think many players are already okay. Maybe let's stick a bit. Let's stick because time trouble is now. Let's find a position where
I
to.
mean, I cannot see any time trouble, any specific one, but we have few results in open under 16
Mhm.
on the first boards, and there are no draws so far. So that's a great news for you, right?
Exactly. Maybe some game when both players are in severe time trouble. If you see it, that
Okay, I can
in
try to
the
find
girls
one.
section we can stick to that.
Well, maybe fifth board in the girls under 18 category. They both
Okay,
have around 1 minute. So
Diana. Okay,
it's uh
let's check a bit
it's
because
Tereza Yaroslava
yeah,
against
yeah, I see
Tereza.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, we can stay here for a while. So which move is that? 8 more moves. Okay, let's see.
Oh, and there is a result on the board number 2, which we were watching earlier. It's Karashone against Jekanska, and it's a
Which
draw.
which which group is this group? Under 18?
Yeah, under 18, the board number 2.
Okay, that ended up in a draw, right? No,
Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
it's a draw. Okay. And Orion is still playing, right?
Hmm. She is. And also, I can see the game, the first board, Kvaloy against Kun in under 16 just ended, and Kvaloy won his game. So
Mm-hmm.
that's another result.
Okay, but let's stick now to girls. Let's see what's going on in this position. So 6 more moves with white. Okay, that was tempting to push f4, of course, to gain some space, but also it might make white's king more vulnerable. Hmm. 1 minute. Okay, it is a time travel. Six moves, 7 moves. If I would be white, now okay, now it's black turn. Probably rook a3 is the move. Maybe at least to put pressure on this guy and to combine it maybe with h4 and penetration. I don't see some other way. Yeah, that's the move. Probably I would do it. We want to attack. Oh, this is also tempting, but here not much is happening. This knight on d4 is very well secured. Don't believe that. Okay, bishop g7, neutral move. Now white needs to decide where to go, either to push, to sacrifice, or to play some pass move. Yeah, this is interesting. Good good choice, Lucy. I like it.
Also, we have another result, and that's in girls under 16, the second board, Truns against Tej. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna try to read the name because I will read it incorrectly. But it's another draw.
In
Yeah,
girls under
16, the board number 2.
Ekaterini. Okay.
I can see it on the camera, so I can react
Okay.
to it.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. The clock is ticking. Move played on last 3 seconds. Okay, I like that drama. F5, probably the best move. Kudos to Tatiana. Very interesting decision. Heading for that. Okay. Now black might got mated. Queen f5 will be played, I guess. G takes f5 like a mistake, but probably knight f5 also reasonable decision, but it allows queen's exchange, which sometimes both players are happy with that. Just to run away from complete drama.
Another result, we've been, or the players have been playing for 3.5 hours, so a lot of games are ending. And the game on the first board just ended, Orion against Muradian. So Orion won, so yeah, she's leading the tournament so far with the 5 out of 5. Yeah.
Now I'm quite curious. Will white allow the queen exchange or not? It okay, bravo. Not allowing. So if now d4 will be played to open this monster, what is white up to? Yeah, players are playing good. In severe time trouble to make those cold-headed decisions. I appreciate that. d4, the point is that you're not threatening anything due to the pin. So this is the point. So d4, but maybe you're threatening queen d4, 5, but bishop can come to e4. d4 played, knight g7. Hang on. Queen d5, bishop e4, I take on e3. Is that an option? Queen d5, bishop e4, I take on e3. Does this work or not? Probably not. Yeah. Rook e4. Probably necessary. Bishop e4. Rook takes e3. Rook e4 necessary. This is the last two moves.
Last two moves to what?
Yeah. To get this important. Now rook e4 only move. I don't see any other move. Yeah. Bravo. Playing very well. And it seems that this just wins on spot. King g7, queen f6, queen f6, and that's it. Curtains, I would say. Checkmate will be on queen g7. Okay, still the game might last a bit, but it looks game over. Queen f6 and e6, and that's it. So Last move will be play queen f6, and then we will have, yeah, completely winning position for white. So what can we say about the situation in women or girls section? Under 18, we have how many games in progress on top boards? Let's say top 5.
So there are two games. The games on board number 3 and 5. As I
Okay.
mentioned before,
Uh-huh.
the game on the first board has already ended.
Win for white.
Yeah, as we expected.
Mm-hmm.
In girls under 16, there
Yeah.
hasn't been much of a development so
Okay.
far. Actually, boys or open categories have been ending quite a lot lately.
But let's stick to,
So
let's just finish women or girls section. So 14, under 14, how many on first 5 boards?
none. They're
None.
all finished
They all
until
fit.
yeah, first
And
eight
mhm.
games are finished already.
Okay, under 12.
Oh, only the first one is finished.
Okay, they're still fighting.
Yeah,
Under 10 and 8.
under 10 there are two, and
Under
under
8 is
8,
over. Yeah, under 8 is over.
yeah,
Okay, so basically, girls are fighting. The mostly is under 14, right? No, under 16.
let me check. Oh,
Under,
under 16
yeah.
probably, yeah.
Okay, and open section from the youngest one under 8, probably it's close to
Under
over.
8 is, oh, there's still one game going, and that's actually the one on the first board.
Okay, cool. Under
With the
under
time pressure, so we can maybe check that out. Under
uh
8, boys, the first board.
first board. Uh, I think I will have an issue to check it. Let's stick to this section, and then I will need to switch to open section later. Okay, how about results then? Under 12.
So girls under 12 years old, there is or Ma Mackiewicz Varvara on the first board won, so she has 5 out of 5, and she's the only one. So she's leading the tournament. Uh, yeah, there's still 2 games, or actually 4 out of 5 games running. So we're gonna see how that's gonna develop and who's gonna join her in the lead of the tournament.
Okay, under 14 boys.
Uh, you wanted boys? Oh, sorry, I was talking about the girls
No, now
section.
now boys under. You mentioned girls under 8.
Yeah, sorry,
Sorry. Which game? Girls under 10. 10 or
under
under
12.
12. Okay, sorry,
Yeah,
my bad.
no problem.
Which board?
I was talking about the first one that it has already finished and that
Yeah.
Natskevich is leading the tournament with 5 out of 5.
Okay.
But still, a lot of games are running, so we'll see who's gonna join her in the lead.
Yeah, now I want to just to briefly check results in boys section. So from the 8, they are mainly boys under 8. Okay, still some in progress. Under 10, few, right?
Yeah, but the first boards have already finished, so we can say who is in the lead. There's 2 boys who have 4.5 points so
Mm-hmm.
far,
Mm-hmm.
and that is Alojzije Sheikh,
Mm-hmm.
hopefully,
Yes.
and Uzdemir from Turkey. So they're probably gonna play against each other
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow.
Then under 12, boys.
Yeah, so we have Ambatu Mian leading the tournament with 5
Mhm.
out of 5, and he is followed by Nikos from France with 4.5
How my
out of 5.
Croatian compatriot played. board number 6.
Yeah.
How he played? What was the result on board number 6?
Draw. Draw.
Draw. Okay. And then we have boys under 14. First board, we know this is drawn for a long. How
Yeah,
many boards?
actually, great news for Czech fans, if anyone is following, and that's that Dergel Dalai on the second board has won. So yeah, he's leading the tournament. He's actually the only one with 5 out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's a great news for Czech Republic.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
yeah, he's followed by Sovinsky and Hawk so far, from with 4.5 points after the draw.
Okay, that takes us to the last two sections, under 16 and 18.
Yeah,
What's
under
going on?
16 has many results already, and almost none of them are draws. This day was really fighting one. So we have Kvaloy in the lead with 4.5, followed by Materia with also 4.5. Also Durak from Turkey and
Yeah.
Magold from Romania have the same amount, and many others, because as I mentioned before, there were, I mean, 14 boys who had the same amount of points. So far, I mean, it's really hard to guess how the tournament's gonna develop, right?
Okay, so let's have a break, and after 15 minutes, we will check what's going on. Now, some players after the time trouble will start thinking a bit more, right? Yeah. Okay, that's it, guys. See you soon.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the last part of the today's live commentary of fifth round of European Championship. We have some updates for you. Obviously, a lot of games ended already, so we're gonna check out the games that are still going.
Yeah, I need to give you apology because I thought that it's 40 minutes. So usually when I'm player, I'm checking this 2 or 3 times, but as a commentator, somehow I was not here from the beginning. So and then I realized your point, Lucia, that you were asking me about this uh, the time rate. Yeah, so this is a little bit different because you cannot get a 40 move uh, half an hour afterwards. So yeah, I like it. I think it's enough. But also 40 after 40 to give half an hour is also not bad. It's up to the people. Yeah, so we already have like eternal time travel, right? So let's see which games we have. Let's see the camera. Let's go to the full screen to see what's going on in the playing hall. There are not many games left, right, Lucia?
No, they're not. Actually, on the close-up cameras where we could have seen the players from up close, there are none. Like we cannot see anything anymore. So we're gonna check out a few of the last games, probably.
Yeah, I see arbiter Marco Biagioli just stood up on the board. So let's check the camera one by one. Just briefly that people see that basically top boards are gone.
Yeah,
Not
there's one finishing actually just now. I think that's category boys under 16, and that's like the last game we can actually see. So other than that, there's almost anything.
Yeah, okay. So let's get the board back. Let's see the position. Uh, I don't know which game to check. So let's start with boys under 18.
In boys under 18, the first 15 games have already ended.
Yeah,
There's
then
one.
maybe just move on to another section. We'll see.
Okay, no worries. In the category under 16, also the first 14 games have ended. There's
Yeah.
last one still going on the board number 15, so we can check out the other categories maybe. Under
Yes.
14, again, all the first boards have ended. Under 12, oh, there's still one running in under 12 years old, open category, board number 7, so we can check that out.
Okay. Sure. Let's stick. Okay, basically, guys, we are following first like top boards, top 15 boards. But in case you have some special requests during broadcast before, we might follow some game from the beginning, which is some lower board. So you said board number 5? No, 7.
7. Oh, and it ended up in a draw actually, before you
Okay.
managed to look it up. It was a drawish rook endgame,
Okay.
so nothing too crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Boys under 10 also already ended. Yeah, boys under 8, same. Like,
Okay,
not
so
many.
basically, all the section. Okay, well, let's go to bird view camera, and maybe you can just briefly mention while I'm preparing to switch to women's section. You can briefly mention, let's see, maybe some like top players who are on perfect score, or maybe who pairings expected while I'm preparing.
Okay,
Uh,
sure. I'm gonna
Let's
go
go
with
to
the
bird
open
view that
section.
people see the playing hall while you are in behind giving them tips, and I will prepare to check is there anything in women's section.
Okay, so starting with the oldest category open under 18, we have so far it looks like Pastor Balázs from Hungary is in the lead with 4.5 points. Other than him, it looks like he's gonna be followed by a lot of boys with uh, 4 points. Since yeah, it was pretty equal after 4 rounds, so that has to develop in the next rounds. On the other hand, the category under 16, yeah, there has, as I mentioned a few times before, there's been 14 players with the same amount of points, and yeah, but a lot of them, like almost none of the games ended up with a draw. So we have Axel Buk Valoy in the lead, followed by Materia Marco, Durak Khan, and Magot Philip, and followed by many other players. So this is also pretty equal so far. The category under 14, uh, there is Delgado Dalai from Czech Republic in the lead with 5 out of 5. Followed by Haug Howard and Sovinsky Pavel with 4.5 points, and then followed by Finiek Václav, also from Czech Republic, with also 4.5 points. So this is pretty great category for Czech fans. So I
Yeah.
recommend you to follow it, definitely. Boys under 12, we have uh, Armenian Amba Sumian in lead with 5 out of 5, followed by Nikot from France with 4.5 out of 5. And the last two youngest categories. So in boys under 10, we have Kodziecki from France with 4.5, and also Uzdemir from Turkey with 4.5, leading the tournament. In the youngest category, we have Hanas Markian from Ukraine with 5 out of 5, leading the youngest category of boys.
Yeah, let's switch to girls. Let's see the board. Any special game in girls section we might switch to? Do you have idea?
They're still running a game in the girls under 16 on the fifth board.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
maybe
I
we
see it now. Emilia is playing right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I missed that. And anything else besides that?
we have in girls under 14 still one running game, but
Hmm.
it's not gonna last long probably because it's absolutely winning end game for black. It's board number 9 in the category under
Yeah.
14 girls.
So regarding this game, Emilia against Andrea, basically Black is trying to squeeze water out of stone, but it's obviously draw. Let's check when this game ended up with those three pieces. Okay, she sacrificed. So it was move number 48, right? 48, and now we are speaking about 72. Okay, still some moves ahead of us. We will go back to this one. You mentioned the game under girls under 14, right?
Yeah, board number 9
It
is
finished
still
or
running. Yeah, but it's gonna finish really soon. I mean, it's absolutely easily won by black, so I don't
okay?
think
Anyway,
there's.
why not? Why not check just that people see what you are saying about it's a Evangelia, right?
Yeah.
So this position, right? Yeah, no fun. No fun for white here. Just b3, b2, and that's basically it. In that group, anything else? Board number 11?
11 is still running, yeah. Maybe we can also
Okay,
check that out.
sure. This one?
hmm
Flavia Maria, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but this is a dead draw, I think.
Yeah, I mean, majority of the games are going to finish in a while because, as we can see, the time troubles are
Yeah.
the case in every game almost, so it's not gonna
Yeah.
last for very long.
Yeah. Anything else in younger categories? 12?
Yeah,
Not.
girls under 12, there is still a game on board number 4 running, actually Czech player
Your
playing.
she's having the same name as you, yeah, right?
Yeah, Lucia. Exactly.
I see it now. Okay, a little bit more interesting. Rook's endgame, but okay, hang on. H6 pawn. Okay, it's a draw, of course. I'm not sure that clock is okay. Do you have a info about the clock situation?
I mean, I see it looks pretty normal on Lichess, if I'm correct. Kaminska has 35 seconds, Latskova has 1 minute. So that looks right. Yeah.
Got it. But it's sort of okay. Which one you want to stick to? This one?
We can.
Yeah, although I don't see that much is happening. I don't know, is it stuck here? It seems to me it's sort of okay. No, still goes. Rook h6 will be played. Yeah, it's a draw anyway, but okay. Some games sometimes finish is not objective outcome. Anything else? So basically, that's the last one in this group, right? On top 15 boards.
Yeah. If I'm correct, that's right.
Girls under 10.
No running games anymore.
Okay, so girls under 12 only. This one, girls under 14, you mentioned.
Let's see that against
Evangelia. Yeah.
Shirley. Yeah. We already seen that. Under 16, as we said, that's Brečka against Jankovic. And under 18, there is no girl. Yeah, no girl playing anymore.
Okay, hang on. Okay, she allowed the pawn to be taken. This is interesting. Why? Very strange. Do you follow? Is anything happening in Stankovic's game? Andrea against Struzetska Emilia, Rook, and the knight against the Rook.
Still equal. Nothing
Which
happened.
move do you know which move is that?
In b6, move number 77 has been the last move.
77, and they started in something like 45 or something.
The last move by pawn was exchange. Let me check. King takes f3 should be the last
Yeah.
move. Yeah. So they still have a lot of time.
Which move was that? Which move was that?
48.
Okay, and now 77.
Yeah.
20
Hopefully
more.
I see that correctly.
Yeah. It sounds to me not so high. I expected a little bit bigger number. Maybe 70. What happened here? Can you believe that white was 2 pawns and suddenly it's fighting for a draw?
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, especially with this time control, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, I can imagine girls are really tired. You know,
Yes.
they're still really young, so.
Come on, take a look. 6 pawns, okay, at the moment. Who would have expected that outcome, that suddenly both phones were liquidated.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah, crazy, crazy. This huge mistake. Rook behind the pawn. This is something important lesson for Lucia. Now she stick to the pawn from difference. So now it's possible to lose this. This would be like, yeah, now maybe it's just lost. Now if black starts to push somehow and cover the rook, it's lost.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, there
pretty
is this,
set
there is this,
outcome.
there is
Yeah.
this, they call this one Cura position when you check from outside and keep the pawn under control, but this is very tough. 1 minute on clock. Very tough.
Actually, fun fact, she's not the only Lucia from Czech Republic who is still playing.
Yeah,
Because,
really.
yeah, there's also another one in girls under 16.
So is it a popular name in Czech Republic? Or
I
now
didn't
you're
think so. It's not actually. Well, it's not unpopular, but also not popular. It's normal name. I don't know. It's a coincidence, but
is
it's
it
funny to see.
do you say yourself Czech Republic or Czechia?
It depends, but I think most people prefer Czech Republic. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay. So this looks tough because this king on f2 is wrongly placed. King should be on g2 and then you start checking. Oh, now it should be completely lost. King b3 and a pawn, just crazy stuff. For some of players, this free day will be like miracle. Just to
Wow,
forget.
actually, I just noticed there is a game where two Ukrainian players play against each other in boys under 16, and they're still playing. Wow,
Which which board is that?
23. But I
Oh,
was just surprised that two Ukrainian players are playing such a long game.
yeah. Hopefully they are not roommates because then it will be tough if it's ended up.
Well, the game looks equal so far, so maybe draw wouldn't be such a bad
Mhm.
a bad result.
Have you played against roommates at some events? Not like compatriots, but especially that you're playing against your roommate.
Yeah, actually, not in Europe Championship. I don't think so. But we have Czech Championship, and it's close tournament where there's 10
Mhm.
girls who play against each other, and we obviously live together. So yeah, and I actually always live with my friend, so
Mhm.
it's always pretty awkward playing against her. Yeah, but we're friends, so we don't take it too seriously. Like,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
game,
It's just
and
a
it
game
ends.
and sport,
Yeah,
and yeah, you shake your
and
head.
yeah,
Yeah,
it ends in the playing hall, so we never have any problems. But yeah, it's not something you enjoy, obviously.
got it. Okay.
Yeah, some of the categories have already finished. At least, uh, if we're talking about the online games, there's still one game running in the under 18 boys. Also, Czech player. Wow. Uh, girls under 18 have finished all of them.
Hmm.
Under 16 boys, there's, as I said, the two Ukrainian players playing against each other. Girls under 16, oh, let's say has finished. So there's, if I'm correct, so there's just one game running, and that's Preška against Jankovic.
Hmm. The game is still on. Which move? You don't know yet.
I can check out for you. It's 80, 85.
85, and you said 46
8.
or something. 48.
Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, 48.
So
So
10
still
more
a lot
moves.
of time. Yeah.
10 more moves.
I unfortunately cannot see what time does Breška have.
Mm-hmm.
Stankovic has 2 minutes, so it's going to end pretty soon, probably. We have a
Okay.
question in comments
Yeah.
that why is result White have won board 9 open under 18. So we can check it out maybe.
Whose game is that?
It's Sahakian Alex
Mm-hmm.
against Kizy Jakub from Poland. It's Armenia against Poland. I mean, yeah, that's surprising because Black is winning, obviously, in the position we can see.
Okay.
But I cannot see the information about Black's time, so
Can you
but
write
if
a message to our broadcast friend?
yeah, but I mean, since
Yeah,
I cannot see the time, it
just winning
may
for
have
Black.
yeah, but Black may have uh
Lost on
lost
time.
yeah.
Lost on time. We
I
can
mean,
check.
it's possible.
So it's under 18.
Yeah, it's result
Board
board number 9,
board number 9.
and the comment is asking why the result is that White has won.
Okay.
So we're gonna check it out for you. Hopefully, we'll get some answers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the last game in Open under 18 has ended, so this category is also over.
Mm-hmm. Stankovic move. She's still playing, right?
Jankovic, sorry, is which category? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
this long end
still
game.
87. So still few more moves
Yeah.
until the game is over. And we already can see the clock, so Stamkovic has 1 minute and Spreshka 1.5. So
Okay. Let me
going
jump
pretty
to that
fast.
one.
Yeah, under 14 boys, there's still one game going. Maybe if you want, we can check that also out. Yeah. It's
So Stankovic, not much has happened. 87th move. We said it started. It started on
48.
48.
So 11
Yeah. No,
moves.
not much will happen in 10 moves. No checkmate in 10 moves. So basically, this game will end up in a draw. We are still waiting an info. About this game. In Open under 18. Let's see the end game we were following. Lucia is lost, right? But okay, still. Now is that lost. A3 will be played. Yeah,
As yeah.
that's just curtains. I'm
That's
checking.
category under 14 or
Yeah, that's girls under 12, I
12?
think.
Okay, I can check it out on Lichess if it's still. Oh, it's still going. Yeah. But I mean, there's not much white can do, right?
Exactly. I'm checking the playing call from.
Yeah, there's still, as I said, the two Ukrainians playing it against each other in under 16. That's the last game. Also, one game in under 14, 18 board. We didn't check it out yet, so we can maybe have a look at that.
Girls or boys?
Boys under 14,
Mm-hmm.
uh, board number
Which
18.
18?
Hmm.
Vasis, Greek
Hmm.
player against Dutch. Has some endgame. It looks to me that it's just a draw.
Yeah.
But okay, maybe the game will go on, but it looks it will be a draw. Not much is happening. They're moving around for last I don't know how many 20 moves. Not much is happening. Here black will win 8-2 and that's it. So this one is decided. Stankovic
Also decided.
draw, yeah?
Hmm. Well, not yet, but it's 91st move, so I don't think much is gonna happen there.
Yeah. No, nothing will happen in 2 moves. 5 moves, how many moves? Yeah. Only some huge blunder. I think we can slowly finish the day. So after 5 rounds, how many groups have people with perfect score?
I can check that out for you quickly.
Thanks.
So, girls under 8 years old, Georgian Svanandze is
Okay.
leading the tournament with 5 points.
Okay.
Uh, girls under 10 years old, there's 4.5, so no one with the
Okay.
full score. Uh, girls under 12, Polish Mackiewicz leading the
Mm-hmm.
tournament with also 5 out of 5. Girls under 14, have to check out the results because they don't have them yet on chess results. Yeah, so Kuznetsova, oh, we actually discussed it. Kuznetsova and
Mm-hmm.
Geladze leading the
Yes.
tournament, both 5 out of 5. Uh, girls under 16, Shotka is leading the tournament with 5 points. And girls under 18, yeah, I mean, Orion won, right? Yeah, so she's leading the tournament. So, yeah, that's for girls. And the open section, open under 8, there's Ukrainian Hanas leading the tournament with 5 points. Uh, open under 10, no one has 5 points. Yeah, only 4.5. Uh, open under 12, there's Armenian Ambar Sumian leading the tournament with 5 points.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, category under 14. Yeah, Czech talent Dagar Dalai leading the tournament with 5 points again. And all these categories open under 16. There's no one with full score, and also I don't think there's anyone with a full score in the oldest category under 18. Yeah, let me check that
Well,
out just to be sure. Yeah, no one. So yeah, that has been the results of the last round. Tomorrow's gonna be a free day,
yeah.
and yeah. So what do you think?
At the moment, some players have shown that they are sort of ready for fight for first place. In some groups, still hard to say. My experience teaches me that yeah, in this section, usually in last two rounds, someone from behind can lift the trophy. So yeah, still hard to say, but as I said, this encounter with where we have Maria and Kesaria, I'm quite curious to see, because this is some kind of sort of already decisive. I think who wins that will be it. So in that group, I think it's the one where we are already sort of deciding about the trophy. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
but
yeah.
we'll see. The free day can change a lot, so we're gonna see how that's gonna affect the next rounds.
Yeah, of course, if you have some big team, if you have coaches available for some players, that would be a huge importance, because if you have a direct encounter, you have a free day, then of course some strong team of coaches can help and assist. Uh, we are still waiting. We are still waiting the result. The result uh, is is it correct? Black or white? Who won? 1-0. Yeah. What do you think? What happened?
I mean, I think it has to be the time, right? If the result is correct, then thankfully we're in touch with the arbiters and the organizers, so we can check it out really quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Not. Yeah. Not easy sometimes to check. And I know that arbiters are also tired. But I would love to hear the final verdict of that game.
Yeah,
So it
Jankovic
can.
has the last move, so that's gonna probably end in a while.
Yeah. We have some draws, and I think that basically all the games are finishing.
Patskova has already lost as we expected. So yeah, there's like 5 games. Oh, less than 5 games, like 3 games running. So
How was for you? I think you were doing right many, not many, but some tournaments recently regarding commentary. You're doing Prague tournament or as a commentator?
oh, no, this is like my first time officially.
Ah, you haven't done it before in some Czech Republic
No,
events.
no, actually, I like one round in the random Slovakian Open, but it
Mm-hmm.
was it was absolutely random because I just came to see my brother play, and I
Mm-hmm.
met Sergey Movsesian there, and he was doing the live commentary, so he asked me to join, and it was like one day, really random experience,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but I somehow ended up here. So this is my first time, and I'm obviously really nervous but excited. So
No, come on, you're doing great.
oh, thank you.
Uh, uh, just I'm waiting for the info of that game. Of course, yeah, sometimes time trouble is really an issue, and people get completely deep in thoughts, and then somehow
Yeah,
tend
but I
to
would be surprised. This is the others category, you know. You, I don't know, you always keep an eye on the clock, right?
yeah, Scorsi say the same. So thanks for our uh, friend from live broadcast. So that means that yeah, the time ran off.
Seems like, yeah, exactly.
So tough loss, a crazy game actually, but yeah, it happens. Okay, Lucia, thanks for being with us today, guys. I'm heating up. Tomorrow is a free day, just to remind you once again. So it's a moment to take a rest, but come back to us in 2 days and we will see. There are some interesting encounters. So, greetings for today and see you in 2 days.